Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
We welcome all the Paramashivoham participants to the first session of the day, Nithyananda Yoga. Let us all get ready by placing our yoga mats on the ground and settling down, sitting in a cross-legged position with our head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Now close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we open the session with a Satguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatidam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra, Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha, 11 times internally.
Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Next, we are going to perform the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Make sure you have your Panchapatram and a Dharni ready. Cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. Now, keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Then take one Dharni of water, 1 spoon of water, pour it into your right palm, and then each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of the palm, repeating this process twice.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. And wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः.
Now wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above your upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Now wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Now, place the right hand over the left. Place both hands on the right thigh. And visualize what you want to manifest in today's Nithyananda yoga session, as we are going to hold the Sankalpa throughout chanting the Sankalpa mantra.
ॐ ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुणविशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्त दृढगात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये.
Now wash your right hand once more as we chant.
ॐ अपौपस्पृश्य.
Now please keep your Panchapatram and on the aside, out of harm's way. And let us briefly cover the components of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. Nithyananda Yoga is designed to make you experience Paramashivatva, Paramashivoham, the realization that you are Paramashiva. For that, we prepare our physical body with asanas, the physical body postures, aligning our body to Paramashiva by aligning our breathing to Paramashiva through controlling the inhalation, the retention and exhalation, performing pranayama. We are infusing the prana into the system through mudra, the energy circuits performed with our fingers, our limbs and various other body parts. We prevent the prana from seeping out into the space around us, and we activate the non-mechanical parts of the brain, aligning our intra-organs to Paramashiva. Intra-organs are organs like Vak, third eye, and Anandagandha. Next up is Bandha, the energy locks, performed by contracting certain diaphragms and muscles within the body. The bandhas we are going to perform are the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, contracting the muscles above and below the navel and pulling the stomach in and up towards the spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally locking your throat. Performing all the three bandhas at the same time forms Mahamudra Bandha, which is a well-kept secret in yogic sciences and a sure way for Kundalini awakening. The bandhas are going to be represented by colored circles at the left center of the screen. The Mula Bandha, the root lock, is a red circle. The Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, is a yellow circle. The Jalandhara Bandha is a blue circle, and the Mahamudra Bandha is a purple circle. So take note of that and perform the bandhas intensely to awaken the Kundalini throughout the yoga practice more intensely. Next up is Karana, the sacred dance postures. In between some of the asanas, we are going to perform Karanas. Karanas have been preserved, carved in stone, frozen in time throughout the temples in India. Performing the Karanas authentically will lead you to intense awareness in all the parts of your body as you're moving your limbs in synchronicity, aligning your body movement to the cosmic body movements. The next component is visualization. Throughout the asanas, we are going to project a visualization for each asana in the top right corner of the screen. Hold this visualization and embody the asana even more intensely, manifesting the essence and aligning your thinking to Paramashivam, manifesting Mano Shakti, the power of thought. The next component is japa, the internal repetition of mantras. We are going to project certain mantras in the bottom left corner of the screen. Repeatedly chant the japa internally and visualize it rotating around your throat in a circular way, like a prayer wheel, for example. This will cleanse your Vishuddhi chakra and awaken the power of speech, vak, as you align your speech to Paramashiva. Our Acharya here is going to chant the scripture references for all the asanas, creating the high energy space by chanting the words of Mahadeva, protecting your aura as it is opening up during the yoga practice, holding you in the highest frequency. Next is weightlifting, as bodybuilding is a spiritual practice as per the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Try implementing some weights into the yoga practice, which is one of the components of KAILASA's Nithyananda yoga. Intensifying the asana practice and awakening the Kundalini Shakti, we're going to point out in which of the asanas it is advisable to hold weights to intensify the asana. The next component is mandala. You can see in the background of our acharyas, we are projecting a mandala, which is the Sri Yantra, which is the representation of all the gods and goddesses. By gazing at the triangles, the lines and shapes, the geometric figures, you're reflecting the macrocosmic energy into your microcosmos and manifesting all the energies within your being. So gaze at the Sri Yantra intensely but gently, like you would gaze at a rose. The next component is Abharana, the traditional Rudraksha jewelry. Wear Rudraksha beads as they function like a spiritual battery, holding on to the spiritual energy for a long time and giving it off to your system bit by bit, so holding you in a high energy space. Finally, we have Aushadha. You can see on our acharyas, they have applied the Vibhuti and Kumkum on the forehead and the male bodies. We would like to request at this point to remove your upper cloth and make sure you apply Vibhuti on 16 places all over the body, as you can see on our acharya here. The Aushadha, the sacred plant medicines, infuse prana into your system by ingesting them or applying them on your skin. So if you have any Aushadhas prepared by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can also apply them during this yoga practice. With all the components together, including the energy darshan and the night, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is creating the entanglement, the Shaktipada, Shakti Nipada, and infusing the intense Kundalini Shakti into all of us. Let us now enter into this ritual of yoga, starting off with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. The first asana of the sequence is Sukhasana. Now, sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Now, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach. Hold your breath and visualize a flame rising up your spine as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and internally, repeatedly chant the japa Soham.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs in Padmasana, and then join your hands together in Anjali Mudra, raising them up above your head with the elbows straight, engaging all three bandhas and visualizing yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ पक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now join the soles of the feet together in front of your body, and then interlock your fingers behind your back, leaning forward and down, placing the forehead on the ground behind the heels. As you gaze to your nose, engage Aarti Bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूरव विधियाहु में जानो उभय पगतले संपुट ठानो पिष्ट पछेदो वो कर लिया वो दक्षिण कर सो वाम गहावो.
We move on to Nagi Pavasana. With the soles of the feet still together, feet extended away from the body, stretch your arms out and cup them, placing them on the ground in front of your feet. As you place your forehead on the ground behind the heels once more, gaze to your nose, engage Aarti Bandhas. Don't forget to chant Soham internally and visualize yourself as a snake in Nagi Pavasana.
पूरव विधि परियागाने नीचौ हौ वे कहू निफनास्यो लगाजी हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे.
We move on to KAILASA. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you straighten your legs forward and up, and then cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down, place your elbows on the ground. Engage Aarti Bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird in KAILASA.
हथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now sit in Ardha Padmasana, sticking your ankles and knees as you hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Engage Aarti Bandhas, gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बावां पाद की आशमा हिली सोज दछ चरण को वार लौता परिगुल्फ समोज.
Next up is Gajrasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and raise your hips up high. As you scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again, visualize yourself as an elephant and make sure you engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you can see indicated by the yellow and red circle at the left side, while visualizing yourself as an elephant.
न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजा मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
Next up is Vrikshasana. Now from the same position, raise one heel off the ground and push the other heel down to the ground again and again. As you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged and visualize yourself as a bear in Vrikshasana.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Next up is Vaishyasana. Now rise up and stand on the tips of the big toes if you can. As you bring your hands to the chest in Hridaya Mudra with index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Then engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत् अधोमुखः.
We move on to Urdhva Janu Karana, the first karana of the sequence. Now stand in Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Remember the Arimandi posture, we're going to enter it throughout multiple karanas. Now keep your hands at the chest, elbows raised, and raise one knee along the center of your body, following along with the respective hand in a circular motion. Repeat this movement again and again on both sides. The next asana is Bala Lingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra, as you can see in the bottom right corner of the screen. Then raise one knee and put it against your chest with your hands. Stand straight on the mat. Engage Aarti Bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Parapidanasana. Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks, holding it with both hands interlocked in Padashu Mudra. as you visualize Swamiji engage all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Next up is Natarajasana. Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside and kick the leg back and up as you lean forward. Extend the front arm with the hand in Bindu Mudra, index finger and thumb together. Perform the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Pull the other knee up against your chest, engage your Ardhivandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Pull the foot behind towards your buttocks, holding it with both hands. Engage Ardhivandhas and visualize Swamiji in Parapidanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana. Hold the sole of the foot, lean forward and down as you kick the leg back and up, visualizing yourself performing the cosmic dance as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next karana is Ardharejita Karana. Now stand in Arimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest and step the right foot behind the left, swinging the right hand back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one as you place the hand over the nose and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now, visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization. Don't break the visualization. You're just bones. There's no muscles or tissue, just bones. And shake your body. We move on to Katichinakarana. From Arimandi position, now cross your arms above your head with the palms facing backwards. Turn your body to one side, open up your arms above your body, return to the center, cross your arms, and repeat the movement again and again along with your breath. Next up is Tadasana. Now stand on the tips of your toes and raise your arms up parallel above your head as you visualize yourself as a palm tree. Engage all bandhas. Still breathing in Samana Kumbhaka as you internally chant the new japa, Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down. Place your hands flat on the mat if you can. Otherwise, reach as low as you can. You can hold on to your legs. Bring your head towards the knees and engage Mahamudra Bandha, the root lock, abdominal lock, and throat lock, all three bandhas together, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Next up is Tadakshvasana. Now keep your hands flat on the mat and step your feet back into a tall plank position. Now engage the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, throat lock and root lock, as you start rotating your head from side to side in this position. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत्.
Now lower your body down onto your stomach. Point your toes back. Keep the top of the feet flat on the mat as you keep your hands next to the shoulders and raise your upper back and head off the mat by the strength of your lower back. Don't push your body up. Use your back muscles as you open your mouth widely And inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Next up is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into the plank position. And alternate, bringing one knee in towards your chest, back and forth. As you visualize Swamiji, breathe through your nose. Lead the prana along your spine. And every once in a while, hold the breath in all of your chakras individually in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
गजासनसंस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From the same position, now step one foot in between the two hands. Jump the front foot back. Bring the other foot in between the hands again and again, visualizing yourself as a chariot.
गजासनसंस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं तथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now, step one foot far back and keep the back toes facing sideways. As you push your hips forward, rotate them so they are pointing to the front. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you raise your arms up parallel above your head and bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle. Gazing up to your third eye and visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now stand on one foot, raising the opposite foot up towards the inner opposite thigh. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head with the elbows straight. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now raise the foot on top of the opposite thigh and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Now repeat Vrikshasana, the tree posture on the other side. Raise the other foot to the inner opposite thigh and raise your hands above your head, engaging Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Next up is Garudasana on the other side. Bring the foot on top of the opposite thigh, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back, keeping the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms out parallel to the ground and lean forward and down. Bring one hand to the front foot and the other arm extended upwards. As you gaze up along the arm, visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Keep your arms parallel. Rotate your feet so they are pointing in the opposite direction and lean forward and down to the other side, repeating Trikonasana, the triangle posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Nikuttakakarana. From Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the chest with the palms facing each other. Now stomp the raised heel down, lift the other heel up and rotate your hands in front of the chest again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down, raise your heels and sit with the toes tucked on top of the heels. Keep your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center, your knees together as you visualize Swamiji, your inner space. Start buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Now extend one leg forward from the same position. Keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing forward in Vara Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Saurasana.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
From the same position, now lean forward and down, hold on to the big toe of the front foot, and with the other hand, hold on to the back heel if you can balance in this position. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of the feet. Stretch the other leg forward. Keep the hands at the side as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toe of the front foot and the back heel in Vidunasana on the other side.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
We move on to Brahmajalankushasana. Now step both the feet in, keep the knees off the ground, sit on the heels and separate your legs as you place your hands on top of the knees, palms facing up. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the palms in Shambhavi Mudra, eyes open wide, unblinking, actually gazing within eternally as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवू फणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबग दलियां की माहिली आइस माहेरा शेमिली.
Next up is Kapilasana. Now place your knees on the ground. Sit on tucked toes. Keep the knees separated and place your hands on the thighs as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni, the founder of the Mahanirvani Pita.
उभय पगतली समट हरावे तिनकी माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी उकड़ होए वैसे एडी दो जोनी निवैसे.
Next up is Bhatara Gudakasana. From the same posture, shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
उभय पगतली समट हरावे तिनकी माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी उकड़ होए वैसे एडी दो जोनी निवैसे.
Next up is Suryasana. Now raise your knees off the ground. Keep the soles of the feet together as you join your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, thumbs and little fingers together, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. As you raise your arms up above your head, gaze through the gap between the palms and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
एडी दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने गोड़ा जंग अधर करी रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि गहे.
Next up is Mandukasana. Now place your knees on the ground and keep your feet flat. As you keep your hands on the knees, visualize yourself as a frog. keeping your frog tongue pressed against the top of your mouth, catching the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. Breathe through your nose calmly. No need to buzz now as you perform the Mula Bandha in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्टे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
Maintain the same posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding on to opposite shoulders. Keep your elbows close to your head. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a frog. Press your tongue up and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Uttana Mandukasana.
मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकपदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your hands on the knees, fingers spread. As you gaze to your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
We move on to Bhadrasana. Now, join the soles of the feet together behind and point the toes back as you sit on your heels. Cross your arms behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. As you gaze to your nose, engage Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock. Visualize Swamiji and return to buzzing like a bee on in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka in Bhadrasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरम्.
Next up is Kaka Bhushandi Asana. Now place your feet flat and keep your knees raised. As you bring your arms in and around the raised knees, try to interlock your fingers behind your back. Reach for the opposite hands as you open up your shoulders and your hips, gazing to the nose and visualizing yourself as a crow.
प्रथमे वैसकुकटठाने दोवुहा तपगमीच आने.
Next up is Kanipavasana. As you keep your hands flat on the ground, place your knees onto your arms towards your armpits, raise your hips and lift your feet off the mat, balancing on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. Keep your hands flat on the ground and place your head on the mat, forming a triangle between your hands and your head. Keep your knees on your arms, then lift them off the ground, extending the legs up straight into a headstand posture. If you suffer from any high blood pressure or neck or spine injuries, please take it slow with all the inverted postures and ask your doctor if it's safe to perform. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in this asana, Kapali Asana.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पकड़ो वो मिलिबा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Gently lower your body down. Come to a squatting posture with your hands flat on the mat. As you twist your body to one side, align your knee and hip with your elbows. Lean onto your elbows and lift your legs off the mat, extending them to the side. As you gaze up towards your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale all the way, holding your breath again and again in Rechaka Kumbhaka, performing Parshvamayurasana.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Now, twist your body in the opposite direction. Lift them off the ground as you balance on your arms, repeating Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Next up is Bhairaganathasana. Now keep your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. Then step one foot outside the arm in between the two hands. Push your hips forward, engage the Mula Bandha as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीते जाई।
Bring the front foot back and step the other foot in between the hands. Gaze up, visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava in Bhairaganatha on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीते जाई।
Now step the foot back and place your forearms on the ground. As you raise your hips, you can walk your feet slightly forward. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुका।
Now rise back up onto your hands and rotate your body to one side, lifting one hand up towards the sky. Keep your core engaged, your body straight as you gaze up along the arm and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishtasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्।
Now rotate your body to the other side. Repeat Vashishtasana in the opposite direction.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्।
Now come to a seated posture with your legs extended forward. Keep the knees straight and place your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Gaze through your nose. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Mahasadashivoham in Anjani Asana.
दो करके उभय हथेली कोरबार ली मैले भेली।
Next up is Paschimottanasana. From the same position, now lean forward and down and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra, index and middle fingers together. Lean forward and down. Bring the head as low as you can. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सकुन्धार्यं च जायते।
Next up is Ugrasana. Slightly separate your knees as you lean forward and down with your hands interlocked behind your neck. Bring your head in between the knees and the elbows outside the knees if you can. Squeeze your core, engage your Bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत आसनोऽग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्।
Next up is Marichyasana. Now bring one heel in towards the perineum, raising the knee. Bring your arm in and around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your back. As you lean forward and down, bring the head towards the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi in Marichyasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे।
Next up is Mahamudrasana. From Marichyasana, now drop the knee to the side. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands. As you engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze to your nose, exhale all the way and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः।
Now repeat Marichyasana. Stretch the other leg forward, bend the opposite knee with the heel close to the perineum. Lean forward and down and interlock your fingers behind as you visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे।
Now drop the raised knee to the side. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot, gaze to the nose. Exhale and engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः।
Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of your body with the heels close to your perineum. As you gaze up towards your third eye, hold onto the feet and Push your knees down to the mat by the strength of your groin. Visualize Swamiji as you do so in Bhadrasana. 2.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
We move on to Gvalipavasana. Now slightly extend the feet away from the body and keep your hands on top of the respective knees. Gaze to your nose, engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Tuck your chin to the chest and contract the perineal floor as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व चरपट चौक अख्यो सोजी वाही विधियो कीजे सोजी जामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे.
Next up is Joni Asana. Bring the feet back in towards the perineum. Hold the feet with your hands as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti. Gaze to your nose and lean forward and down, placing your chin on the toes.
दोवु पगदली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्ध हाथ को अंतर राशे लीलाट पगदलियां ऊपर दाशे.
Next up is Midaki Pavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body. Keep the heels together and the toes apart as you extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Now gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Midaki Pavasana.
पूर्व विधि परिपगदली संपुट शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Rise back up. Bring the feet back in towards the perineum, the toes together and the heels apart as you bring your arms underneath the shins, elbows on the ground, placing your face on the ground in front of the feet with the toes touching your throat if you can. Gazing to the nose and visualizing Lord Surya in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोवु पगदली संपुट करे 16 मेढ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now keep the heels against the perineum and the toes separated as you hold the feet and open them up like a book with the soles of the feet pointing up. Press your elbows on your thighs as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ लगावे.
We move on to Charapata Chokasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, heels against the perineum. Place your hands on the knees and gently push them down towards the ground as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवु पगदली संपुट धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now, with the soles of the feet together, twist your feet so that the toes are on the ground and the heels are raised. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Bhairavasana.
गुल्भौ संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डबद्धैरवासनम्.
We move on to Samanasana. Now keep one heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest with both hands. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and hold your breath in the Muladhara chakra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरो दत्वा गुक्षोऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
The next asana is Apanasana. Now bring one leg over the shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze to your third eye and engage the Mula Bandha.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत्प्रभो.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other sole against your chest As you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Samanasana on the other side.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरो दत्त्वा गुक्षोऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Lift the leg over your shoulder. Extend the opposite leg forward and up. As you gaze to the third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
The next asana is Gomukhasana. Now stack your knees in front of your body and bring the heels close to the outside of the opposite hips. Interlock your fingers in Parashva Mudra and place them on the top knee. As you gaze to your nose and visualize the face of a cow. Breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the palate of your mouth and hiss through the teeth as you inhale, without your tongue touching the teeth. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Next up is Anasuyasana. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Slightly extend the feet away from the body. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोडों नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
We move on to Anasuyasana 2. Interlocking the fingers behind your back, leaning forward and down, gazing to the nose as you bring the chin over the knee and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोडों नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
The next asana is Garudasana 2. Now keep one heel against the perineum and the other foot flat in front with a knee raised against your chest. Keep your hands on top of the respective knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डाबो बगमोडी येडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वारनी चैदे.
Next up is Naradasana. Now raise your perineum onto the heel, which is against the perineum. Interlock your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada and Naradasana.
इष्टजुवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
We move on to Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and raise the opposite knee. Hold onto the shin and the big toe of the opposite leg, gazing to the nose and visualizing Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठं तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now repeat Gomukhasana on the other side. Stack your knees, keep your heels outside the hips, hands on top, gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now hold on to the toes as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana on the other side.
दक्षिण गोडों नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Next up is Anasuyasana 2. Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down.
जीवना गोदा की संधि पिरडा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा शिवले पकतल्यालो आडवाई सुदाराशे.
Next up is Garudasana 2. Now keep one heel against the perineum, the other foot flat, knee against the chest, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze to your nose.
दावोपगमोडी येडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वारनी चैदे.
The next asana is Naradasana on the other side. Raise your perineum on the heel, interlock your fingers behind your back, and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze up and visualize yourself as Sage Narada.
पिष्टि जो वाम पग तले केरी भूपरी ताही लगावे फेरी.
Now repeat Matsya Pitakasana. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold onto the shin and the big toe as you gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now extend your legs forward and then place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise the opposite knee with the foot flat as you twist your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep your hand by the neck and the other hand on the ground behind you. As you gaze back and up to your third eye, visualize Sage Nithyananda, the master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend your arm, the front arm down towards the foot. Hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you place the other hand on the back ear, gaze up and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
Now place the hand from your ear down to the ground behind you. Keep holding onto the foot at front. Twist your spine, gaze up. Visualize Sage Matsyendranath and Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Place the other foot onto the opposite thigh. Raise the knee. Twist the elbow outside the raised knee. Hold your neck and place the other hand on the ground behind you. As you gaze up and visualize Sage Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now extend the front arm down to the foot and hold your opposite ear with the other hand as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keep holding onto the front foot and place the other hand on the ground behind you. As you gaze back and up, visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now, place your feet onto opposite thighs and gaze to the nose as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the teeth as you hiss through the teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Padmasana 2. Now maintain your legs in Padmasana as you gaze to the tip of the nose and cross your arms in front of the body, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva. Keep breathing in Sitali Kumbhaka.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Kukkutasana. Now bring your hands in between the legs, with your legs still in Padmasana. Hands flat on the ground, lifting your entire body off the mat. Lift your knees up as you visualize yourself as a rooster and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वरोरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Asana. Now rise onto your knees from Padmasana. Place your hands on the ground in front of you, fingers pointing towards your body as you lean onto your elbows with your navel and lift the knees off the mat, balancing on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामोष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कोरुपरि स्थापिता नाभि पार्श्वः.
Now straighten your legs, come to a kneeling posture with your arms straight, hands still on the ground. Now bend your elbows, bring your navel onto your elbows, lean forward until you find balance, and then lift your legs off the mat as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lay flat on your stomach. Interlock your fingers behind your neck as you place your forehead on the ground and turn your feet so the toes are pointing to the side and the heels are on the ground as you visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
Next up is Shalabhasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands next to the shoulders, flat on the ground, and raise your legs up by the strength of your lower back. Engage your lower back and glutes as you visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमौष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
Next up is Ushtrasana. Now bend your knees and hold on to the feet, holding the feet outside the hips towards the ground as you visualize yourself as a camel.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Now, still holding onto the feet, kick your legs back and up and raise your head and chest up, gazing up towards the third eye as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on top of the knees, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पादौ वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
Next up is Gohi Asana. Now, from the kneeling posture, bring your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers, place your head on the mat. Support your head with your hands as you walk your feet forward, raise your hips up high, and then lift your legs up off the mat Keep your knees bent and pull them in towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Gohyasana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
Now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. You can lean against the wall for support if needed or ask a partner to aid you as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Now gently lower your legs down. Come to a seated posture with your legs extended forward. And let us now get ready for a sequence of intense ab exercise as you start breathing in Bhastika Kumbhaka. Exhale rapidly from your stomach. Pull your abdomen in and up, pushing the air out again and again. Don't inhale actively. Let the air flow into your lungs naturally. As you now hold onto the calves and lift your legs up in front of you. Try to bring the legs as vertical as possible as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Bodhyasana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
Next up is Palikasana. Now bring your hands behind your back, hold onto opposite shoulders. Keep rapidly exhaling as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Now extend your arms out in front. Keep them parallel to the ground. Your legs raised at a 45-degree angle. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Keep exhaling rapidly in Bhastika Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिमोष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together. Scoop your hands below and pull them against your chest. As you keep exhaling rapidly, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वगदली संपुटकरी हाथस्योपग उचायी.
Next up is Unmukha Pitasana too. You can now breathe calmly. Lay on your back with your feet flat, the knees raised. Place your palms on the ground behind the heels and push your hips up off the mat as you engage Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock. Breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka, exhaling as you keep your throat shut with the Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
The next asana is Shivasana. Now lay down flat on your back as you keep your hands next to the hips and keep the palms facing up, completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. Engage the perineal floor and intensely pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine. In Shakti Chalan Mudra, lead the Kundalini Shakti from the Muladhara all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra as you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda, Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तुषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle your legs with your arms. And rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asanas. With this, we conclude the yoga session for all the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining and participating sincerely in this Nithyananda yoga session. The next Acharya is going to start the next session for you soon. And for the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Ishthasana. Sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any comfortable posture is okay. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach. Hold your breath and kindle the digestive fire. As you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, which is going to be the japa for the remainder of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now, sit in a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. As you inhale deeply and exhale deeply again and again, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and don't forget to chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next asana is Muktasana. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on top of the left foot. Keep your hands flat on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य श्रीविनीं सूक्ष्मं दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same posture. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the same posture. Gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
Next up is Sandadhunasana. Now maintain the same posture. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your nose as you embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, cupping one palm over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामचरण बलि दक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि राखे.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now maintain your legs in the same position. Set the sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation as you get ready to enter the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing all the senses with your fingers by closing your mouth with the little fingers, the nostrils with the ring fingers, eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Next up is Virasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together, and embody the state and space of bravery, Vira, in Virasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
We move on to Valmikasana. Maintain the posture. Shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana.
डावा पगगी बगदली पुनिएडी है जोय.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Keep your hands flat on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
वामपादकी पगतली जाहि माहिले कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Now, maintain the same posture, but gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
The next asana is Padadasana 3. Now, once more, join the soles of your feet together in front of your body, heels close towards the perineum. Interlock your fingers around the toes and pull your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Uda Bandha.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यातः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Aghodasana. Now keep the heels against your perineum. Keep the left hand on the knee and cover your mouth with the right hand. Close the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then close both nostrils. Hold your breath. Exhale through the left nostril. And then inverse the breathing flow in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you press your tongue upwards, lead it along the nasal tract if you can in Kechari Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori in Aghodasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी बाही विधि जोगी जैसो ये.
The next asana is Kanari Pavasana. Now, keep the toes together and the heels apart. Lean forward and down. Place your elbows on the heels. As you rest your chin on your hands, gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे
The next asana is Padasana. With the knees raised and the soles of the feet together, bring your arms underneath the shins and interlock the fingers in front as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधिपगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पुराशे.
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now, interlock your fingers around the feet and lift them up. Bring the heels against your chest and rest your chin on your hands as you gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Uddadasana. Now once more, scoop your hands below the feet and interlock the fingers around the toes as you lift them up against your chest. Bring the chin on the soles of the feet as you gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो पगदले संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरयोरदहिताने.
Next up is Vishishtasana. Now raise your feet even higher. Bring the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवो पगदले जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. Now bring your feet over top of the respective shoulders and bend your arms up to interlock your fingers behind your neck, visualizing yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
We move on to Kalyanasana. Keep your legs over top of the shoulders and bend your elbows down so you can interlock your fingers behind your back. Now gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परम्.
The next asana is Sankatasana. Now bring the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel, crossing the right knee over top of the left. Keep your heel outside the hip as you keep your hands on opposite knees, gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object, only focusing on the object within. Now visualize yourself as an elegant swan and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले.
We move on to Dhenukasana. Now slide the left heel outside the hip. Sit on the ground with your heels close to the hip. Interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Next up is Matsyendrasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot onto the right knee. Now bring the left arm behind your back as you twist your body. Hold on to opposite thighs with your hands. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्घभरदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टीति स आने.
Untwist your spine. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you lean forward and down, bring your forehead on the mat and your navel towards your heels as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Matsyendrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोजी वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोजी.
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
प्रथम जी मन चरण जजो जी वामजंग परिराखे सो जी.
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Bring the right foot flat, the top of the right foot, sit on the right heel, and stack the left knee over top of the right. Keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन जाम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the heel outside the hip. Keep your hands on the knee. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize a cow.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandasana. Now place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring the right arm behind your back and twist your body to reach for opposite thighs with both hands. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana.
वामजंग परदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिश आने.
Now hold on to the big toes and lean forward and down in Machandasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जजो जी वामजंग परिराखे सो जी.
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादपार्श्वे संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Pashasana. Asana.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch, Nithyananda. We are back, so let us continue with the next asana of the sequence, which is Pashasana. Place your feet flat and keep your knees raised against your chest. Cross your arms and hold on to opposite knees. Pull them close towards your chest as you press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound. Engage the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननि उरसि निधाय.
Next up is Bodha Shokasana. Now, hold on to opposite wrists with your hands and place your chin on the knees as you keep pressing your tongue up in Gejari Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोबू पगतली भूपरि धरे कोरमा हिलिय से करे.
Next up is Kudakatasana. Now bring your arms below the knees and hold on to opposite elbows with your hands as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोबू पगतली भूपरि धरे कोरमा हिलिय से करे.
Next up is Sumati Asana. Keep holding onto the elbows and cross the right ankle over the left with the toes pointing upwards. Now gaze to the nose. Keep your tongue in Kechari Mudra and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परि ठाने डावा पग परि दच पद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your legs forward. Keep the knees straight. And then interlock your fingers and raise your arms up above your head. Keep your elbows straight and the wrists pointing outwards. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next asana is Arambhasana. Now, from the same posture, lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you bring your head down towards the knees. Start breathing in Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly, cleansing your main nadis, Ida and Pingala. Breathe through one nostril and then through the other again and again. Consciously control the flow of your breath as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
The next asana is Bidukasana. Now, separate the feet and slightly raise your knees as you bring your arms below the thighs, below the shins. Hold on to the soles of the feet from the outside and lean forward and down as low as you can as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम वैसी दो पाव पसारी कचको उर्द को कोरडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pravasana. With the feet still extended away from the body, join the soles of the feet and bring your hands underneath the shins, palms facing up. Place your face on your feet as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम वैसी दो पाव पसारी कचको उर्द को कोरडो डारे.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. With your legs extended forward, lift one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize your prana flowing upwards within your body as you visualize the 9 points revealed by Mahadeva. The soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the crown of your head. Visualize the prana flowing upwards through these points as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the legs still behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward and hold on to the foot behind your head with your hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as being infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand, holding onto the foot, and gaze to the nose as you feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Now lay on your back and pull your knees against your chest and circle them with your hands as you rock your body from side to side in Drushasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयपष्टम्ब जङ्गासहितौ ऊरुनिकरध्वजे बद्ध्वा
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the prana flowing upwards in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पश्चिमतानवत्सं स्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with your leg behind your head. Hold on to the foot with the opposite hand as you extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयिनी एकैकं पायिग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Now roll onto the side in Ankushasana as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana, laying on your back. Now lift one leg and then the other behind your neck. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and then interlock your fingers behind your back as you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmaramasana, raising your legs up. Bend your elbows and interlock your fingers behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथमसु धोसो वे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, lift your knees up against your chest and extend your arms out to the side. As you bring the soles facing upwards towards the sky, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिन सौ उबे सपा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We're going to perform all 3 steps on one side and then on the other. Now again, from Kochikasana as a neutral position, with your arms extended out to the side, the knees pulled against your chest. Now drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Keep it straight. This is the first step. Bend both knees to the side. This is the second step. And then extend both legs to the side. Hold onto the feet with your hand and gaze in the opposite direction with your head. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Mula Bandha and then return to the neutral position. Drop the other knee down to the side, extend the opposite leg down. Step 1. Bend both knees to the side. Step 2. Extend both legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Step 3.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, keep your feet flat and the knees raised. And hold onto your ankles as you push your hips up off the ground. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, the throat lock and the root lock, as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge. Gaze to your nose, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and Dvipadapitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
The next asana is Paryankasana. Now, from the same position, bring your hands over the shoulders, fingers pointing towards your feet, and then raise your entire body off the ground. Lift your hips up high and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture as you calmly breathe through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनं मस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Shvotanasana, laying on your back. Now pull your knees against your chest and place your hands on the shoulders, rotating your hips in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back.
शवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवानी च.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. As you lay on your back with your arms flat on the ground, raise your legs and hips up straight, point your toes upwards, and then rotate your hips in a circular motion. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्वा खेनजे चरणद्वयम्.
Now stop the movement of your legs as you enter Viparita Karani 2.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Next up is Langalasana. Now drop the toes down on the ground above your head and interlock your fingers behind your back in Padusha Mudra, keeping your arms on the ground as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. Now hold onto the feet with your hands as you maintain the same posture, toes on the ground above your head. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva and chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. As you lay on your back with the toes on the ground above your head, Bring your hips above the shoulder level and then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do so.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षे भागे तदा हि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now join the feet together above your head. Hold onto the ankles and then roll onto your back, keeping arms and legs straight as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now, laying on your back, extend your legs up straight. Keep the legs vertically as you hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. And then open your legs wide to the side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now, join your feet again above your body. Keep holding on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. Now, cross your legs into Padmasana and place your knees on the ground as you hold on to opposite elbows above your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
The next asana is Parasharamasana. As you lay on the ground with your legs in Padmasana, place the back side of the right hand onto the left palm, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सूधो सोवे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. Now, with your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and hips off the ground. Support your lower back with your hands, elbows on the ground. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana, engage Jalanarbandha and Moolavandha and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. Now lay down on your back. You can free your legs from Padmasana as you place one foot on the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee against your chest. Extend your arms up above your head and hook the fingers forward as you lift your head, press your chin to the chest in Jalandharabandha. Gaze to the third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिके सन्ति सुदाखे.
Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Lift the opposite knee against your chest. Arms extended up. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion and Vrishchikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिके सन्ति सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishaparakshiposana. Lay flat on your back and interlock your fingers behind your neck as you alternate, pulling one knee in towards your chest, back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Lead the prana along your spine.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा.
Next up is Maruttanasana. Place your arms flat next to your body and lift your knees against your ears again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and then stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा
The next asana is Lutasana. As you lay down on your back, roll over completely. Again and again, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, lay in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरौ उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा
Next up is Sadatasana. Laying on your stomach with your hands next to the shoulders. Contract your lips, make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation as you visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Sadatasana.
युक्तं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय
The next asana is Dehalyulanganasana. Now, push your body up into the plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय
Rise up and lean forward and down, placing your hands flat on the mat. As you walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्
Next up is the Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Arimandi posture and raise your elbows and rotate them around your body as you lean backwards and move your head in all directions. The next asana is Sadapasana. Now tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your arms close to your body, your hands on your thighs, and visualize that your Kundalini Devi is rising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः
Next up is Ushtrasaranasana. Now lean forward and down and hold on to the toes with your fingers. Step onto your fingers and clasp your hands into fists as you walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same posture, now hold the feet from the outside. Step onto your fingers. Keep your hands in fists and walk around, visualizing yourself as a horse, Ashva.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य
We move on to Kapota Nitakasana. Now interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra and pull your hands down towards your calves as you lean back, tilt your head back, open up your chest widely. Lean back as far as you can as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा
Next up is the Talapushpaputam Karana. Now stand in Arimandi posture. Keep your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart and bow down to one side. Open up your palms and raise the respective heel. Visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. The next asana is Khadgasana. Now visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Gaze to the tip of your nose and lay down on your stomach. Then jump your feet up towards your hands. Stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra extended away, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros in Khadgasana.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you squat down as low as you can, sit on the ground if possible, and raise back up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you calmly breathe in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यमसितव्यमिति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace and internally chant the Mahavakya.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नजेत्.
Next up is Ucheshakasana. Now pull one foot up towards your chest as you sit down with the other leg and stand back up. Repeat this movement on both sides again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshvajanukarana. Now pull one knee up towards your chest and encircle it with your arm, keeping the hand in a fist, placing the other hand on the respective inner thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now extend your arms and one leg forward as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
In this asana, you can also hold weights if you want to intensify the asana. Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Now raise the left leg over and around the right knee, tucking the toes behind the calves. As you bring the left arm below the right, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुणमेव च.
Now bring the left foot on top of the right thigh and the hands relaxed by the side, visualizing Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिम्बामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the pole star posture. Now hold on to the big toe of the left foot and rotate quickly on the right as you visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. As you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within, lift the left leg behind your neck and stand tall. Then sit down and stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee towards your chest and circle the leg with your hand in a fist and place the other hand on your thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend the other leg forward as you sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side. Lift the other foot against the opposite thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्
Now repeat Garudasana 3. Bring the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind. Bring the right arm below the left. And join the hands in Namaskara Mudra.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुणमेव च
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now bring the right foot on top of the left thigh. Keep the hands at the side. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the post-up posture on the other side. Hold onto the big toe and rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा
Now repeat Trivikramasana, the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu on the other side. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand erect on the mat. Keep the heels together, toes pointing outwards. Your hands slightly extended away from your hips with the fingers pointing one by one. Recover from this intense sequence of asanas as you get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence, starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down halfway and bring your arms below the legs, interlocking the fingers in front of your navel and then squatting down all the way. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you breathe in Jiva Charakumbhaka. Breathe into your stomach, hold your breath, and then move the prana freely along with your mind as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम हि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीचोपनिहोवे
Next up is Kanchi Asana. Now squatting down, interlock your fingers behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा
Next up is Bhairu Asana. Now bring the heels together, close towards the perineum, and interlock your fingers behind your lower back as you gaze to your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो बग की थलिया की माहिली को मिलाजी
The next asana is Varahasana. Now sit with the heels against the perineum and the hands joined in Anjali Mudra behind your head with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. Keep your elbows close to your head, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दो बग की थलिया की माहिली को मिलाजी फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे
Next up is Prapitasana. Now hold onto the big toes and raise your hips up to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीज
The next asana is Bakasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground. Keep your knees on your arms towards your armpits and lift your feet off the mat. Balance on your arms like in Kanipavasana as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्याम्.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now, keep your hands on the ground and then raise your knees onto your arms. Place your head on the mat and stretch your legs up as you cross them into Padmasana.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Now come to a comfortable kneeling position with your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to the tip of your nose, and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now, sit, place your hands on the ground, and raise your legs up.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes. Sorry for the technical glitch. We are back now, Nithyananda. We hope that all the participants are able to hear and see us now as we move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Vrikshasana too. Now, place your hands on the mat and lift your legs up into a handstand posture. This asana should be performed by everyone to purify all the 7 chakras as you visualize yourself as a tree.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shibo Asana. With your hands and feet now closer together, again enter the handstand posture. You can lean against the wall or ask a partner to aid you as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step your feet back into a plank position. Then lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं गुरुपरो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Now lay on your stomach, keep your hands on your hips and raise your upper back and head from left to right as you visualize and move your body like a snake.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीर्घीकृत्य.
Next up is Niralambanasana. Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you. Your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, resting your chin on your hands with the toes pointing back. Feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् पूर्परया सुधीः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now, laying on your stomach, place your hands flat and straighten your arms, raising your chest and bend your knees so you raise your feet up towards your upper back. As you tilt your head back and visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now sit on your heels with the feet flat and stretch your arms out in front. Place your palms and your forehead on the ground in front of you as you gaze to the nose and visualize Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Meshasana. With your hands flat on the ground, raise your hips into Gajasana and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. Now, place your hands flat and raise your legs up as you slowly lower your forehead down towards the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you hold the big toes towards the perineum, then place your hands on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूरब विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फना शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamottanam. Now, interlace your fingers in front and lift your arms from the top to the left to the right in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind your body and repeat the movement, again visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अंगुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वाङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana 4. Now sit on top of the heels, then turn the feet so the toes are pointing out to the side. Keep your thighs and calves on the ground as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and hold onto your ankles as you place the front of your buttocks on the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ भक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels as you place your hands underneath your knees. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a frog as you press your tongue up against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra, in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्भङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. Now tuck the toes and sit on raised heels as you place your hands flat on the mat, thumbs touching. Stick your tongue out, gaze to the tip of the nose, exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize Narasimha, the lion-man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दो फणा पानी हो ये वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबगदल्या की माहिली आइस माहेरा शेमिली.
The next asana is Vishlakasana. Now, maintain the same posture. Sit on raised heels as you cover your mouth with both hands. Bring your thumbs underneath your teeth and close your mouth as you inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth in Vishlaka Kumbhaka. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears in Vishlakasana.
दो बगा की एडी दो जी घोड़ा फणो बाण पुनि हो जी.
Now place the top of the feet flat on the mat, the soles together, toes pointing back. Sit on your heels. Raise your elbows and bend them to bring your fingers towards your armpits as you mimic a monkey scratching itself. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makarasana.
दो वो बगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पृष्ठी भूमि पर इठाने.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. As you raise your knees off the mat, bring the soles of the feet together and sit on the heels, holding onto opposite elbows behind your back as you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
Pratama Panapani Hoe Baise, Dobu Edikudani Baise.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Place your knees on the ground and your hands flat on the ground next to your body. As you gaze to your nose, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments.
Kanjanasana Kritva Sustiro Bhavet.
Next up is Kurmasana. Now place your hands on the knees. Make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana.
Gulphau Chavrishana Syadho Vikramena Samahito Rujukaya Shiro Grivam Kurmasanam Jiritam.
Maintain the same posture. Relax your neck and back as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Yogasana.
Gudam Niyamya Gulbhabhyam Vikramena Samahitaha Yogasanam Bhavedeta Diti Yoga Vido Viduhu.
Next up is Vijyogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. As you bring the feet near the opposite knees, hold on to your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru.
Goda Vamu Bohoji Goda Adara Chedoji.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now keep standing on the knees, but place your feet flat on the ground. Hold onto your heels as you bend backwards, pushing your hips forward, tilting your head back and visualizing yourself as a camel.
Merudanda Grandi Dadya Sampipada Ishuppuman.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. Now lean back and hold onto the soles of the feet as you place your elbows and the back of your head on the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
Do Edi Samputakare Sole Muladwarita Ridhare.
Now we move to Jatyasana. Now place the forearms on the back and then the crown. Visualize a blooming lotus and gaze to the nose.
Do Edi Samputakare Sole Muladwarita Ridhare.
Now we move to Viratasana. Now rise up and then place the back on the mat and then rise up. Repeat this again and again.
Janga Prashtibhumo Nidhaya.
Now we move to Kapotasana. Now from this seated position, bend your back as much as you can. Hold the soles of your feet and place the crown in between of your legs. Visualize a flying dove.
Merudanda Grandi Dadya Sampipada Ishuppuman.
Now we move to the next asana, Varasana. Now stand on your knees with the toes raised, with the toes tucked. Cross your hands and hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize being blessed by Paramashiva.
Januni Bhumo Samstapya Hastabhyam Bahu Parasparam Dhritva.
Next is Varasana 2. Now place the forearms on the mat and then the crown of the head. Keep the toes tucked and visualize Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
Suryam Chandram Bhedanani Asanani Nikachyante.
Next asana is Mundasana. This is the inverted asana. Now place the forearms on the mat and interlace the fingers. Then place the crown between the interlaced fingers and raise the feet up. Visualize a lobed tree and gaze to the nose.
Adho Mundasanam Vakshe Sarvesham Praninam Sukham.
Next is Andhasana. Relax and come to a seated position on your heels with the toes flat. Then place the forehead on the mat and cover the ears with the hands. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the nose.
प्रथम भगदली समटारावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Next is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lie on the stomach with the hands stretched forward. Simultaneously lift the legs and upper body off the mat. Visualize a locust.
शलभासन भेदाच नटभेरुंड नामके.
Next is Kapalasana. Keep the hands now by the side of the body and visualize the skull lifting the legs with the help of the back.
कपालं भूमो निधाय.
Next is Akashakabhotasana. Now, from this lying down position, kick the legs and let them land next to the head in the front. Visualize a flying dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Next asana is Chatakasana. Now come to a seated position and place the forearms on the mat. Then visualize a sparrow.
कूर्बरबरिन्तौ हस्तौ धरामुष्टभ्य.
Next is Vrishikasana. Now kick one leg up and from this position, from the seated position, kick one leg up and then the other, slowly bringing them on the head. Visualize a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next is Vrishasana. Now in a seated position, sit on one heel with the other heel out. Visualize a bull. Start performing the Antaranga Kumbhaka, inhaling forcefully, exhaling slowly.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Now we move to Lolasana. Now sit on both the heels with the core strength. Lift the legs with the power of the hands and core. Visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now perform Vrishasana on the opposite side, visualizing a bull.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Now we move to Balagunasana. Now sit on one heel and place the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Keep the hands on the respective knees and visualize Balaguna.
आसन को गुणजलबिकार जायी.
Now stand on the feet with the feet apart. Wrap the legs from the inside and then hold on to ankles. Visualize planet Earth in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य.
Next is Balagunasana. Now raise up and then sit on one heel again and keep the other foot flat with the knee by the chest, keeping the hands on the knees. Visualize Balaguna.
आसन को गुणजलबिकार जायी.
Now we move to Utkatasana. Now sit on both heels, keep the palms on the knees. Visualize Swamiji.
विजस् पिजोस्तीयत ऊर्वजानो यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Now we move to Vajrasangarasana. Just open the feet wide apart, bring the soles of the feet together, cross the hands behind the back and hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रथम बना पानी होए जैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Now we move to the next asana, Anilasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and place the hands underneath the soles of the feet. Visualize you are a breatharian.
दो हाथ भूमि परिटाने कहनी जाड़ी नाभिलग आने.
Next is Padukasana. Stand tall, lean down, place the hands underneath each foot and walk back and forth, visualizing wearing Padukas.
हस्ततले ओ पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next is Kukutodanam. Now place the hands on the mat and kick the legs repeatedly. Let them fly in the air and fall back down. Visualize a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next is Viparita Nrittasana. Now kick the legs up and let them dance in the air in the handstand position. Visualize yourself free of all patterns.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now we move to Kuncharasana. Now stand with the feet slightly apart. Place one palm on the mat and the other on the respective ear. Visualize Swamiji.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now we move to Kuncharasana on the opposite side. Switch the position of the hands and visualize Swamiji again.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now move to Kadambasana. Come to a squatting position and hold the ankles with your hands. Visualize the Kadamba tree.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next is Pavanamuktasana. Be seated and keep the knees by the chest. Wrap the legs and squeeze the body, visualizing excess vata leaving the system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
Next is Chakorasana. Now keep one leg behind your neck and straighten the other leg. Then raise the body with the help of the hands and visualize a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now we move to Dhanurasana. Keep one foot by the perineum and the other foot straight. Hold both the feet and pull the foot by the perineum towards the ears. Visualize a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next is Ashtavakrasana. Now place the right leg on the right shoulder and the left leg on the right leg. Stretch the legs to the right side and visualize a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now we move to Pranasana. Now place the left leg on the right thigh and the right leg on the right shoulder. Place the left hand on the left knee and visualize you're a breatharian.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next is Parshamatsendrasana. Now keep one foot by the root of the opposite eye and the other foot by the knee of the other leg. Turn outside of the raised knee and interlace your fingers. Visualize Matsendranatha and gaze to the third eye.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Chakorasana, again on the opposite side. Now place one foot behind the head and keep the other leg straight. Lift the whole body off the mat, visualizing a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next is Dhanurasana 2. Now keep one foot by the perineum, other foot stretched. Then pull the leg by the perineum towards the ear, visualizing a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next is Ashtavakrasana. Place the left foot on the left shoulder and the right leg on the left foot. Stretch the legs to the left side and lean down onto the hands, visualizing a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left knee, left thigh and the left leg on the left shoulder. Keep the right hand on the right knee and visualize you're a breatharian.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next is Parshamatsendrasana. Now keep one foot by the root of the opposite thigh and the other leg by the knee. Then twist outside of the raised leg and interlace the fingers. Visualize Matsendranatha.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next is Ardhapachimatanasana. Now keep one foot by the perineum, other foot stretched. Hold the stretched foot with both the hands and visualize Swamiji.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now we move to Kraunchasana. Place the bent leg outside of the hip and stretch the stretched leg towards the forehead. Visualize a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now we move to Ardhapachimatanasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of the leg and perform Ardhapachimatanasana on the opposite side.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now we move to Kraunchasana on the opposite side. Keeping the bent leg outside of the hip, bring the stretched leg towards the forehead. Visualize a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now we move to Swastikasana. Now sit in a cross-leg position with the left leg by the perineum, the right leg on the left leg. Keep the hands on the knees. Visualize Swastika.
जानुर्गोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Now we move to Gorakshasana. Cover the ankles with the palms and visualize Goraknatha.
जानुर्गोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Now we move to Bhagasana. Cover the ears. In the same seated position, cover the ears with the thumbs, eyes with the index and middle fingers, nose with the ring finger and the mouth with the little finger.
वामपार्श्वो गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Now we move to Yogasana. Sit in Padmasana with the legs crossed and keep the back of the palms by the side of your legs. Visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Now we move to Urdhva Kukurasana. Now roll the palms, placing the palms on the mat. Lift the entire body off the mat, visualizing a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now we move to Siddhartha-Asana. Insert the hands between the gaps of the thighs and calves and do not lift the body. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोकरे हस्तदो भूगोडासनदिदरे.
Now we move to Hamsasana. Now lift the body off the ground, visualizing a beautiful swan.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं ऊरोनि नीत्वा.
Now we move to Karmukasana. with the hands in between the gaps of the thighs and calves. Lift the buttocks off the mat and push the hands as back as possible, interlacing them.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे, घोड़ा संधि माही कर धरे.
Now we move to Kurmasana 2. Now continue to keep the hands between the gaps of the thighs and calves. Pull the legs towards the chest. Place the hands on the shoulders and visualize a tortoise.
बाई जंग प्रदक्षिण पावा, दाई जंग परिबाई ल्यावा.
Now we move to Granthi Bedasana. Tuck the chin to the chest in the same position in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize Paramashiva.
अथ वक्षे नीलकंठ ग्रंथिभेदासनं शुभम.
Now we move to Uttana Kurmasana as you slowly lie down on the back in the same position, visualizing a tortoise.
कुक्कुटासन बंधस्थं कराभ्यां कंधरम.
Now move to Pangu Kukkutasana. Now come to a seated position with the legs in Padmasana. Lift the body on one palm and hold the wrist of the other palm, lifting the body with the other palm. Visualize a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now perform Pangu Kukkutasana on the opposite palm. Visualize a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now we move to Gridrasana. Place the elbows on the soles of the feet. Interlace the fingers. Rest the chin on the knuckle and visualize you have gone beyond greed.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next is Padmasana 3. Rise up. Keep the palms on each other in front of the navel. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now we move to Padmasana 4. Place the palms on the knees and visualize Paramashiva. Relax your Mahamudra Bandha.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Now we move to Karmukasana 2. Now place the left hand on the left leg, left knee and rotate the left toe with the right hand. Then perform the same on the opposite side, visualizing a bow.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Now we move to Karmukasana 3. Tighten the Padmasana, cross the hands behind the back and hold the feet from behind the back. Visualize a bow.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Now we move to Dhridasana. Continue to be in the same position. Release the Mahamudra Bandha and gaze to the third eye.
पूर्वभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now we move to Nagrasana. Slowly lie down on the back with the hands crossed behind the back. Visualize a snake.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Now we move to Khandukasana. Now unlace the feet. Bring the thighs to the chest and wrap the legs, visualizing a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Now we move to Urdhva Pavanasana. Now keep the feet flat with the hands interlaced behind the head. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनकरावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now we move to Markatapitasana. Place the hands underneath the soles of the feet and lift the hips up, visualizing a powerful ape.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now we move to Uttana Shikipitakasana. Place the hands on the hip, stretch the legs, straightening the knees and visualize Swamiji.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now we move to Narakasana. Now kick the legs up into inverted position. Visualize you're traveling blissfully through Narakaloka.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्रयेत्.
Now we place the hands on the hips and slowly angle the legs forward in Triyannaukasana, visualizing a boat.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now we move to Dhvajasana. Keep the legs again straight and place the hands on the mat, visualizing the KAILASA flag.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now slowly place the legs on the mat. Keep the hands by the side of your body, completely unclutch. As we have beautifully completed this sequence, relax your body now after this intense sequence of asanas and intensely visualize Swamiji awakening your Kundalini.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Now slowly, very slowly, bring awareness to your body. Move your toes and fingers, then bend your legs and bring them to the chest. Wrap your feet, rock from side to side, and slowly come to a comfortable seated position. You beautifully completed 308 asana sequence of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and with this we'll now be moving into the power manifestation session. So we'll be completing this yoga with the Purna Mantra. Let's all sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands together. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Let's chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
सच्चिदानन्दघनसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I welcome all the viewers and participants who are sitting with us now after this beautiful, intense session of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama to this round of power manifestation. Now, in this session, we are going to be manifesting the power of third eye reading. Let's get ready. Get your eye bands, your deities, your alchemy products, anything where you're going to note down these powerful cognitions. Bring them now and yes, now we'll be moving into the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference. It is most important that every day we listen to these beautiful Shastra Pramanas. The Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye reading is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. Now I'll be chanting this Pramana and sharing with you all the deeper understanding that Paramashiva has revealed inside this Pramana. So let me begin. Kapalantarmano nyasa tishtanmilita lochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. This beautiful Pramana from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Paramashiva revealed to Devi about the beautiful signs of the third eye. In this verse, he shares, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center. This is an important point which we need to understand. Paramashiva here tells us to focus and bring our awareness to the Sahasrara Chakra, the seat, the energy center which radiates the Guru energy. So Paramashiva here tells us to bring our awareness onto Swamiji, connect with Swamiji. So then he says, with the steady stability of the body and the mind, one should be with the eyes closed, and with the eyes closed, when you sit in this space of stability, at that time you see beyond the Lakshyam, beyond the sight, and you have the divine vision of Paramashiva. What we can beautifully understand is that Paramashiva here in this verse is sharing with us the technique where we first bring our awareness on the third eye, then once we close our eyes and get into that state of oneness by chanting the Mahavakya, we will start to see the beautiful words, pictures, shapes, everything that is being shown to us. Now, today we are going to be seeing some shapes with our third eye. So, let's now move into the first round of today's manifestation. We are going to be seeing some shapes, so make sure you have your notebook or phone, tablet, laptop, whichever you're going to type on, ready. So once we finish this, like 2 minutes, we are going to be keeping our eyes closed and allowing ourselves to see what Paramashiva is revealing. And once this 2 minutes is over, we'll have a few moments to quickly pen down whatever Paramashiva reveals to us, and then we will see the answer after that. And once you see the answer, make sure you take a screenshot or a picture of whatever you have written, and of the picture the shape that was shown to you. So now, let's all close our eyes. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, bringing the awareness to the third eye. Let's chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now, intensely start to see, without having any sort of filter, start seeing the image that is being projected.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
The truth that you are healthy. You can understand that you are healthy. If you don't remember your head, it means that your head is without any discomfort. Just give me a minute, I'll be back. Sorry for the interruption. If you have a headache, can you forget your head? No. That is why spouses always give headache to each other so that you will not forget them. On a lighter note, if some part of the body troubles you, you will never be able to forget that part, is it not? If you forget that part, what does that mean? It means that you are not having any trouble with that part. That's it. So, if the body is healthy, you forget about it. We can also say, when you forget the body, it becomes comfortable automatically. So, get ready for the first session, which is forgetting the body. If you are a little bit balanced, you will be able to forget the body and you will be able to enter into the second session. So the first thing that we need to do to forget your body is to balance your body. If the body is balanced, you will forget it. We will now learn a small technique to forget the body. Are you all ready? It's a very interesting technique. Okay. Kalyani Sundarima, thank you. Okay. Just think of your mala. If you can see me here, I'm wearing this Rudraksha mala, right? Just think of this mala as the center of gravity line for this body. If this line is straight, then it means the mala is in a rest position. If the mala is held to the side, it's not resting, isn't it? If I leave it, it will come back to the resting position. Now, this down position, that this mala is totally resting and it is comfortable. I'll demonstrate again. The mala is very comfortable and resting while it is here. When I pull it to one side, it is not resting. It's not comfortable. As soon as I leave it, see, it just falls back and comes here, isn't it? In the same way, your center of gravity line should fall in a straight line. Now, how do you deduce this? If it falls into a straight line, you will be totally comfortable in your body. You will be able to forget your body. Let me teach you how. Please sit straight. It would be good if you can sit on the floor. For whatever reason you're not comfortable sitting on the floor, even the chair is all right. Sit cross-legged on a mat if you can, with your right leg on your left thigh, as we call it Ardha Padmasana. Sit with your right leg on your left thigh, cross-legged. If you can't sit on the ground, only then sit on the chair, but try your best to sit on the ground. If you have your yoga mats, you can pull them out. Sit with your right leg on your left thigh. Your legs should be seen. I'm sorry, I'll not be able to demonstrate it to you, but the instructions are pretty clear, so I don't think it should be a problem. Let me know if it's simply not possible. I can also show it. See, if your legs are really under your control, you should be able to do the Ardha Padmasana, the posture that I am telling you to sit in right now. Only then your legs are under your control. Otherwise, your legs are under somebody else's control. You don't have to sit like this the whole day. Just once if you sit, it is enough. Then the whole day you will be balanced. You will be comfortable. Yes, I see Ma Pallavi is on the floor, comfortably sitting in Padmasana. The rest, I assume the cameras are on and I don't see you, possibly because it's not aligned. Okay. All right. Now, it is good to sit often in the balanced posture at home or in the office or car or wherever. Your whole body will be balanced. The truth is that until the age of 7, your body has its own built-in mechanism to balance itself. Once you have grown into society, you forget the original balancing technique. Now, I'm just giving the original balancing technique back to your body. Once you learn this, you don't have to sit the whole day like this. You don't even have to sit straight. Whatever way you sit in it, the body will start balancing itself. It is like when you start training to ride a bicycle, you need to sit straight on the seat and hold the handles properly. But once you have mastered the technique, you can even put your legs on the handlebars, but you'll still be able to balance it, is it not? So just the knack of balancing needs to be learned. Okay, let me see if I can demonstrate this to you. Just give me a minute. Okay. Do you see my video? Is it clear? All right. So you'll be sitting with your right leg on the left thigh. This is the Ardha Padmasana. If all of you can get into this posture, it would be good on the floor. Actually, it's only going to take 5 minutes. Sit with the right leg on the left thigh. First thing, for one moment, lean forward slightly and put your whole body's weight in front of you like this. Just lean forward and put your whole body's weight in front of you and feel the weight of the body. Naturally, you will feel that the whole body is being pulled by gravity. When you lean forward like this, you can see that your whole body's weight is being pulled by gravity. Now, hold that position for a bit and then slowly, inch by inch, raise yourself and make your body straight. You have to do this very slowly because you know what? It's a very subtle observation, but you will catch it. At one point, you will feel your body weightless. Just slowly move up, move up. I still feel my body weight, so I'll continue to move. In this position, I feel weightless. Now my body is balanced. In reality, when you hit this point, you can continue to sit for hours together without any restlessness. We've all had the blessing of sitting in Bhagavan's presence at a stretch, even for 10 hours, 12 hours, without even feeling the slightest physical discomfort in the body. Are you all catching this? When your body is leaning forward, you will feel the weight, the heaviness of your body being pulled down by the gravity. Step by step, very slowly, leaning backward to the midpoint, you will see that the gravity becomes less, and at one point, you will feel totally weightless. Now, that is the line in which your center of gravity falls in a straight line. Now, very slowly, lean backward and feel your weight again. Then slowly bring yourself back to the straight position again. At one point, you will feel totally weightless and relaxed, and that is your center of gravity line. Now, you will be able to feel this balanced position well. Are you all doing it? Be very gentle and very slowly, inch by inch, when you go backward from the leaning down position, at one point you will feel completely weightless. That is your center of gravity line. Like how you're leaning forward, you can also lean backwards. Then slowly from the backward position, come to the midpoint. All right. For how many of you? You're finding this interesting? Did you connect with your center of gravity? Please put up your responses on the chat box. If you need any clarity or you want to share your experience with this technique. Yes, good to know. Only one thing should be understood. Your center of gravity should be in a straight line and you should feel weightless at that point. Okay. All right, ma. At that point, which you feel you don't have any weight, at that point, when you feel your body is the lightest, that is the point when your body is balanced. At this point, the hip should be in complete rest. It should not be moved. It should be totally fixed. Okay? Now, start balancing the body. Do it very slowly. You need to observe your body well. Only the backbone should be bending forward and backward, not the thighs, hips, or the legs. If you are balanced, sorry, Eugene Aya, please get back to your position. Then close your eyes. You may also sit on a chair if you want to do this balancing technique. Relax in this balanced posture for a few minutes. It's okay even if you're sitting on the chair. Now that you know the technique, you can get the knack of it. Please relax in that balanced posture. Because even the next meditation, we will be doing in the same posture. Find your line of your center of gravity and sit with your body weightless, experiencing the weightlessness. Once your body learns the language of comfort, whenever you sit, automatically you will only sit in this posture. Because it is such a comfortable posture to be in, where you have forgotten the body. If you observe Bhagavan, you would have noticed that whenever he sits and wherever he sits, his body will always be straight. Only with specific instruction to it, he bends the back. With you, Normally, you will be bent. Only with specific instruction, you will sit up straight, isn't it? Every time again and again, we'll have to keep repeating. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Otherwise, all of us will be like this, slouching. So now, taste the comfort of sitting straight and balanced. If the body learns this, you will see a total attitude change. The whole body's attitude will change and it will make itself completely comfortable. Now, we will do the next meditation. Are we all ready? You can show me a thumbs up on the camera. Yes. Okay. Now, this is a meditation that's actually working on the physical body, making your physical layer into energy. Continue to be in that posture of balancing your body. Relax there for a few minutes. Close your eyes. Connecting to your body center. Now stand up wherever you are. Stand up. Open your eyes. Stand up. Make sure that you're not going to fall on something. You have enough space around you. There are no objects. Stand with your feet apart, 1.5 foot distance between the 2 feet. If you have an eye band, please tie the eye band. Else, you can close your eyes. Make sure that your feet are 1.5 foot apart. If you stand with your feet too close, when you close your eyes, you tend to fall. That should not be happening. So make sure there is enough space between your 2 feet. Close your eyes. Start taking deep breaths. Breathe in slowly and deeply. Take long deep breaths. Breathe out as slowly as you can. Breathe in and breathe out, slowly and deeply. Concentrate on your feet. Bring all your awareness onto your feet. Forget all the other body parts. Simply tense your feet. Visualize your body as a bean bag and tense your feet as intensely as possible. Forget the rest of your body. Tense your feet. as intensely as possible. Now, relax the feet completely. Now, next, tense your calf muscles as intensely as possible. Pull your calf muscles as intensely as possible. Forget the rest of your body. To tense the calf muscles as intensely as possible. Relax. Now tense your knees as much as possible to the point of pain. Those of you with medical issues with respect to your knees, just visualize that you're doing it. To your comfort level, do tense it. Relax. Now, tense your thighs intensely. Do not allow even a single nerve to rest. Tense it as intensely as you can. The strongest of your body muscles are in your thighs. So you can actually tense them really tight. Do it. Relax. Now, tense your hips. The area around your hips. Tense it as intensely as you can do it. Relax. Continue to stand with your feet 1.5 foot apart. Continue to breathe comfortably. Now tense your navel region intensely. Around your tummy, that area. Tense it as intensely as you can. All your worries, your fears, all of them lie in that region. Tense it as intensely as you can. If you are to look at it, all of us inherently have that area tensed. Just pronounce that tension more consciously. Relax. Now tense your arms intensely. Your upper limbs. Hold your fists tight. Tense every muscle in your arm. All the anger to beat up your worst enemy. Get that all into your hands and punch one. Like that you should be tensing your arms. Relax. Now, tense your face intensely. Muscles on your forehead, the muscles around your eye, the muscles with which you chew your food, your masticatory muscles, all of them. Tense them intensely. Relax. Now, tense the crown of your head intensely. Relax. Finally, tense the whole body from head to toe. Muscles from head to toe. Tense them. Relax. Sit down wherever you are. Please keep the eye bands on. Continue to keep your eyes closed. Sit down. Pallavi, please sit. Now visualize and start inhaling and exhaling through the head. Visualize that your whole head is porous. Understand, every cell of your body breathes. Your breathing is not just restricted to your nostrils. You just need to visualize that your whole head has become porous and you're breathing in and breathing out through the head. Next, inhale and exhale through every pore of the face, the ear, the nose, the eyes, mouth, neck, shoulders, hands, and the entire body. Visualize that you're breathing through every pore of your body. That all heard about yogis who have their heads buried in the mud and they continue to be breathing, alive and kicking and more healthy than any one of us because they have mastered the science of samana. Actually, as of now, you are solid matter. But we will be making you totally porous to the energy of nature. Mostly, all of us resist the energy of nature. Continue to breathe through all the pores from head to toe of your body. Understand? In the part of your body where you feel cold, where the cold air is touching you, if you do not resist it and just allow the cold air to pass through you, you will never have a problem with nature's energy around you. One has walked in the same dress when he lived in the Himalayas during the pre-enlightenment period. Bhagavan says, I walked in the Himalayan snow. Of course, I never even wore sandals at that time. All the wandering ascetics live this way in the Himalayas. If you have this basic understanding, if you have this basic relationship with nature, you will not fall sick due to the cold and such things to do with nature. At least that much you can manage. So this balancing will help you, and moreover, becoming energy will make you porous to nature. In the same position, start humming as deeply as possible and as loudly as possible. Think of yourself as a hollow vessel and start humming. Think of yourself as a hollow vessel. Forget your body, forget your mind, just become the humming. Put your whole effort on the humming. Continue to hum intensely, as loudly as possible, as deeply as possible, as long as possible. Forget everything else, just become the humming. Even if you have a slight cough or a burp or your body starts trembling, nothing wrong. Come back to the humming. Put your whole effort into the humming. Forget that you're an individual person. Drown yourself in the energy that is being created by the humming. Forget your body and mind in the humming sound. Continue to hum intensely. Continue to hum intensely. Relax. Please continue to sit with your eyes closed. Sit calmly and just witness all the thoughts that are coming up. Do not suppress any thought. Don't condemn any thought. Just see what is happening inside and outside your body. Whatever happens, let it happen. Just be a witness to everything that's happening throughout your body. Become a witness. Your thoughts and to any happenings. We will now be entering into the third meditation. Continue to sit with your eyes closed. Visualize that you have lost all your possessions, your name, your fame, all your wealth. Everything is gone. See yourself as a nobody in the society. You are nobody. You lost it all. The big name that you had made, the fame that you had achieved, the wealth you created, the possessions that you have, you lost it all. Visualize that the people who respected you earlier no longer respect you. You have lost all money and you have become a beggar, begging on the streets. See very clearly, you are a nobody in the society. You have to visualize as if it has actually happened to you. Continue to sit with your eyes closed. Your name, your fame, your wealth, your respect in the society, everything has been snatched away from you. Feel the emotions inside when that happens to you. Literally visualize you are a beggar begging on the streets, even for your basic survival.
See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed,
Paramashivoham
Realize that you have lost your near and dear ones physically. Visualize that your most cherished relationships are broken to an extent that they cannot be repaired. Your mother, your father, your siblings, your spouse, your children, your dearest friends. You lost them all physically. They are no longer in your life. Your most cherished relationships have been broken to an extent that they cannot be repaired. Everyone whom you thought is mine is no longer a part of your life. You're a broken person. There's nobody for you to share, to care. Even if there are people, your relationship has been broken to an extent that it cannot be repaired. Visualize that you have lost your body parts in an accident or through some disease. Your physical health has deteriorated to a great extent. Your eyes are failing to see. Your ears, you are stone deaf. Swallow your food. Your stomach is not digesting its food. none of your organs are functioning. Lost your body parts in an accident or disease. Bring in your fear of the unknown, like the fear of ghosts, spirits, and darkness. Live the fears to the maximum extent possible. Everything that you are afraid of. It could be darkness, it could be the fear of ghosts, spirits. Live all those fears to the maximum extent possible. Everything that you're afraid of, live through that fear. The fear of the unknown. Now, get ready for your death. Lie down on your back, keeping your eyes closed. Please lie down, all of you. Lie down on your back, keeping your eyes closed. Visualize your toes and your feet are slowly dying. They are dead. Your calf muscles and knees are dead. Visualize your thighs are now dead. Your hip is no longer alive. Your hip is dead. Visualize your upper body and your arms are dead. Your neck and your face are dead. The soul is leaving your body through the Sahasrara chakra on the top of your head. You are dead. To your dead body, being surrounded by your relatives and your friends, all grieving your death. Watch your body being carried to the cremation ground by your friends and relatives. Watch your body being prepared for the cremation. See all your near and dear ones, your relatives, your friends are all mourning around the dead body. It's being carried to the cremation ground. Your body is now being burnt. See how the flames are catching up and consuming the body. Your body is burning. Your hair that you're so worried about is the first part to get singed and destroyed. It's all burning down into ashes. It's becoming one with existence. Your body has become one with the existence. Now, enter back into your body. Please sit up. All of you. Please get back into your body. Sit up. Slowly open your eyes. Open your eyes. Settle down, all of you. Sorry, thank you for that. Please settle down, all of you. Please get back. settle down. We all now just went through the death meditation process. Death meditation, even once, if you have done as a part of the Nithyananda Spurana program, and even if you forget everything, one fine day you decide, I'm done with this, no longer. Bhagavan has committed at the time when you are leaving the body in reality. He will be there for you at a point of time where nobody in this world, even your dearest, closest of your relationships, are not going to be there. He will be there for you, and you will have the choice. If you want to come back, he will help you to take a conscious birth. Or if you say, no, Bhagavan, I'm done, I want to become a part of the cosmic consciousness, he will be there to liberate you. The only thing that is needed from our side is not to abuse the master. Or even if you decide, I don't want it and I'm cutting my spiritual umbilical cord connection with Bhagavan, it is okay, it's your choice. But if you continue, anytime you abuse the master, Sangha, that process will not be happening for you at the time of your death. Apart from that, personally, I believe that is the best blessing any human being can be receiving. Because death is the most painful event at the end of life. When there is nobody for you, he is going to be there doing his job. I'll read out a few testimonials from the participants who did NSP. One of them shares, I'm a professional who had to quit my job because of chronic heel pain. It was such a pulling pain that I had for 6 years. It became so bad that I could not walk. I used to walk without my heel touching the ground, literally hopping, and this was just when I was in my 40s. I tried various systems of medicine and alternative healing, but they were just temporary respites, if at all any. As destiny would have it, I attended the Nithyananda Spurana program with Swamiji. On the very first day when Swamiji asked us to introduce ourselves to him, I told him my problem and he told me, don't worry ma, I will take care. At the end of NSP during Ananda Darshan, when I went up to Bhagavan and again told him about my problem, thinking that he might have forgotten, he smiled and said, I will take care. Little did I realize then that these were not mere words, but a promise. He really took care. When I stepped out of the hall after darshan, I had no pain. In fact, from the very first day, my pain had subdued, but because of fear, I was afraid to walk with my feet touching the ground. I was still hopping. Over time, I relaxed and I let my foot touch the ground, and the pain has never come back since then. It has been more than 3 years, and I have got a job now. It's the experience of many people after Nithyananda Spurana where they have walked out of these kind of physical ailments for good. I personally would want to share my testimony with this truth of Bhagavan being there when the soul is leaving the body. My father left in February 2022, on the 22nd of February, and he was quite critical in the hospital. It was a time when Bhagavan was not really accessible to us, right? But I continued to be there in the hospital by my father's side with the Atma Linga that we are all blessed with. And I was continuing to heal Swamiji, to heal my father, praying to Swamiji all the time. For the 3 hours that I was there by his side, there was no way that I could contact him with any of the devices or through any person at that point in time. You will not believe it. When my dad passed away, at that moment, I messaged Bhagavan that this has happened. Please take care of him. Instantly. This was a time when he was not easily accessible through any medium that is available. Instantly, the message came saying, I am there, I am taking care, he is with me. Just don't touch the body for the next half an hour because I am packing his luggage, meaning clearing all his karmic baggage. Understand, there cannot be a bigger testimony for me personally for the fact that Bhagavan is there for all initiated devotees and disciples at the time of their passing away, when they are leaving the body, as long as you maintain your feeling connection with him and don't abuse the master. What better gift could I have given my father than this? I feel so blessed to have been his daughter, and I'm continuing to feel grateful for every moment of my life that I have spent around Bhagavan, with him, with his teachings, with the Sangha, and I'm grateful to all of you also for giving me that opportunity to share and relive all these wonderful experiences and blessings that he has showered me and my family. And I know so many people who have immensely benefited by his presence in their lives. All of you also are there to receive his showerings, his grace, and his blessings. And I congratulate each one of you who have signed up for the program and are at the receiving end of his grace and compassion. There are billions of people on this planet Earth, right? You are the chosen ones. It's not just a coincidence that it happened. You are chosen to be here. So while you're here, completely enjoy, be intense with all your sessions, whatever that is the least that we can be doing, right? Whether it is doing the yoga or doing the internalization exercises, doing the meditation. In reality, it is just to feed our ego. You know what? I sat in session for 16 hours a day in a 21-day program because we feel good talking such things to ourselves. It is just that one yes that you have told him, and he will shower you with his energy, all of that. Okay? And really, the death meditation process, you will see, will liberate you from so many unwanted suffocations, sufferings, fears, guilt, so many things that you're dealing with, your pains, your physical pains, your mental sufferings, all of that. So I'm really so happy for each one of you, and I congratulate you for giving yourself the best gift that you could have possibly done in this lifetime. On this note, I will have to now conclude the Purna Mantra. If there's anything that any of you want to share, please go ahead and put it up on the chat box. while we await the next Acharya to log in. Any sharings? Welcome. Not necessary, Mahapallavi. It is the presence that does it all. And don't think, Ma Devarupa is conducting the session here or Daimai Swami. No, it is him, his energy. So everything that is happening here is happening in his presence. It is not just a imagination or a visualization. It is an energy process. So don't do it by yourself. Anything else? Very interestingly, it's only when we go through our death consciously that we would actually start living life. It sounds like a paradox, but that's the reality. Okay, so if there's nothing more to share or ask, I'll conclude with the Purna Mantra. Please sit straight. Yes, Ma, that's very normal. Body parts trembling when tightening initially. All the deep-rooted samskaras that we are storing in our muscle memory, all of that will be getting released. That's okay. Perfectly all right. Okay. So shall we sit for the Purna Mantra in the space of deep gratitude to Swamiji? Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Thank you.
You are always taught that you should not have done this, you should not have done that, you should not have done that. There is no such a scale. It is just taught by the society and the people who are not who do not know what is right or wrong. You please be seated. You understand? In the young age, whatever happens in your life, I say whatever, capital letter W, capital letter H, capital letter A, capital letter T. Whatever has happened in your life, in the young age, it is society's idea that this should not have happened, that should not have happened, this is wrong, that is wrong. Don't bother, nothing is wrong. Whatever has happened, it has happened, over. Now if you carry the guilt with you, you will carry the disease of that, hangover of that incidents. The hangover is the original problem, not the what has happened. You understand? What has happened is not a problem. That your idea, your hangover, that was wrong, it is wrong, that only is the real problem.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Kindly turn on your cameras. Let's enter to the session. Kindly turn on your cameras. Okay, we will begin with the Satguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Satguru Vandanam. Yes. Please sit with head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Your hands in the Anjali Mudra. Let us begin the Satguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Yes. So yesterday we learned about the various layers, one of them being the pranic layer, which is the second layer in the body. It is known as the pranic body. The second layer is our breath layer, and this is where all our desires are filled. It is filled with all our desires. So what is prana? Prana is the life energy that sustains us every moment of our life. This is what we learned yesterday. We will now continue to learn more about this pranic layer, which is the breath layer. So we are going to continue to be learning more about the pranic layer. So we will continue from where we left yesterday. Okay. Okay. So we were looking at the alchemy process. What happens when we understand that yes, how we can transcend this energy, the desire energy, into compassion. Now, the desire energy at one point may be a manifestation of greed. In another moment, the same energy may transform into anger. In another case, it may transform into depression. So you need to also understand energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be transformed. This is what science also says. So what happens when we transcend desire? Now, it cannot be manifested as greed or fear or anger, which is also good news. Now, all these emotions are caused due to external factors. The whole energy, that is now the desire energy, transcends or manifests itself as pure causeless compassion. You cannot create compassion. It happens because of transformation of energy. Then the whole energy starts overflowing causelessly. That is the beauty and definition for compassion. It is the causeless overflowing of energy. It is causeless because there is no cause like greed or fear or anger or anything. It just is. Also, another important thing to understand is that desire can exist only in unconsciousness. We also learned what is a want, what is a need, and what is a desire. So today we will further understand how this can be transformed, how when you become aware of the present moment, how you can transcend this energy. Only when you are unaware can desire exist. So today you will be looking inside yourself when you have a desire or when you are angry or depressed. You will look inside yourself when you have a desire or when you are angry or depressed. So look clearly at what is rising in you, what is happening inside you. Yes, please provide your listening. It's a very important point that we are addressing here. Because most of us live in the unawareness zone. Most of the time, we don't even know what is happening within us because we're so used to thinking continuously. The thoughts are there, the inner chatter is happening. We fail to understand what is happening in our inner space. So today, you will be learning how to look within you and understand what are the emotions that are happening inside you. So the moment you look at the desire objectively with awareness, you will see that the desire simply loses power. It just gets dissolved. A fundamental law of existence is that you and your desires together create the reality around you. Existence responds to what you desire. Let me repeat. Existence responds to what you desire. So it becomes even more important to become more aware, to be in the space of awareness all the time, because unknowingly you may be desiring something that may not be helpful to you at all. Now, for example, if you are afraid, that very desire of having fear will invoke the desire to frighten you in the other person. I hope you are all following. Let me again repeat. If you are afraid, that very desire of having fear will invoke the desire to frighten you in the other person. See, all these truths you must be listening for the first time, so it may take a little while, a little time for you to really grasp and imbibe what is being shared here. So if you have if you need any clarity, you can type here in the chat and we will be glad to guide you and help you. If you are not afraid, the desire in the other simply disappears. So existence simply responds to what you ask for constantly. It is giving you what you request. We only need to have the intelligence to know what to ask for. Bliss attracts fortune. Your thoughts and energy directly affect your body, your cell structure, your decisions, your capacity to fulfill your decisions, the outer world incidents, and even accidents. Currently, you are always centered either in greed or fear. So, since you are always centered in greed or fear, every action that you do is either out of desire or fear. It becomes very easy for others to exploit you because of this. You become very vulnerable. You create a mental setup that creates and attracts similar incidents to you. You also corrupt your energy flow with this. If you can change your mental setup from this type to one of bliss or ananda, then your energy flow will start brimming and your thoughts will be much clearer and more in the present. When you do this, you have every power to control the outer world incidents because you and existence have a very deep connection at the energy level. This is the thread that you need to catch in order to understand that bliss attracts fortune. When you are blissful, when your mental setup is not one of worry, fear, and greed, but one that is in the present and always joyful, you will automatically attract all the good things to yourself. So here we're looking at a diagram which depicts the time shaft. So it shows, the graph shows how every moment, each moment we are slipping from future to past. That is our thoughts, the thoughts that are happening within us. We are either in the future or in the past. We're thinking about our future or about our past, and we very rarely are in the present moment. So this also depicts the thought per second. The TPS is the thought per second, how it keeps increasing and how it keeps Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let's continue. So we will also look at how desires are never in the present. Truth is only in the present, and it is always in the present. It is not that desire is right or wrong. It is also not the object of desire that is of concern. Desire itself will be dropped when we develop the maturity to realize that desire is never in the present, only the truth is in the present. Another thing we know is that desire is always from the past. We cannot desire something absolutely new. Can we desire something we do not have some idea about already? The answer is no. So desire is always from the past. Most of the time it is unfulfilled. Now, having said that, can you ask for anything from the past or future? Again, the answer is no, because neither exist, neither your past, neither your future. The desire in the past exists, neither the desire in the future exists. The only thing that exists is the present. And in the present, you cannot desire, you can just be in it and enjoy it. So understand that desire can be dropped if we are just in the present moment and enjoying what is evolving every minute. The Bhagavata Purana, an Indian epic, has a beautiful story. Once a crow was flying with a piece of meat in its beak. There were many crows pursuing it, trying to grab a share of the meat. The crow tried flying higher and higher to escape from them. It became tired and suddenly it dropped the meat. Immediately, the 20 crows simply followed the falling piece of meat. Seeing this, the crow realized how nice it is to carry nothing. The whole sky belongs to me now. So the crow was carrying the piece of meat, and because of that, it was creating trouble for the crow. The moment he dropped it, all the birds pursuing it simply disappeared. Similarly, in our life also, once the meat of desire is dropped, the whole sky of enlightenment belongs to us. Desiring means you have moved away from reality. You have moved away from that which is. Desire means you have fallen into the trap of a dream. It also means that you are not here and now in the present moment. You exist somewhere in the future, and that future does not exist. Desire means you are not satisfied with what you have. So if you can be in the present moment and enjoy, you will drop from the vicious cycle of desires. This is the nature of surrender. Surrendering is non-desiring, which allows your nature to express itself. So, whatever you are learning today, only when you start practicing it, you will see the transformation happening in your lives. So, while we are understanding, while we are grasping these truths, let us also become aware that we need to start practicing it from this moment. You will not wait for the session to finish and then practice it. Now, when you are in the present moment, completely focus on what is being presented to you rather than waiting for practicing. These are very simple techniques that can be put to use immediately. You can start practicing it instantly. So bring your awareness to the present moment and become more aware of yourself, your thoughts especially. So when you light the candle of understanding, desire disappears. It is not a question of what you desire. The very act of desiring itself is misery. When you are desireless, the I or the ego disappears. So the misery also disappears. And then you move from desire to more clarity. All our desires must disappear. Only in a desireless moment will what you are asking for happen. When we hear this, the next thing that occurs is you're wanting to be desireless. But this is one more desire. You cannot desire desirelessness. You must simply understand the futility of desire. Through the understanding itself, the greed for desirelessness drops. Watch every act that you do. Watch every thought, every desire that possesses you. As you watch, your chattering mind chatters less because the energy that was earlier chattering and fueling the desire is now being transformed into watchfulness. When this happens, clarity arises and the desire dissolves. Actually, the attachment to the desire drops. If you have already started practicing being in the present moment, now when you watch your desire, you will be able to see two things. Desire, by its very nature, cannot bring you fulfillment. When you realize this, the desire disappears. Second, you will see that only when you transcend desire do you reach fulfillment. When you realize the very nature of desire, you accept that desiring is the nature of the mind. Please be very clear, acceptance is not the same as resignation. Resignation is defeat. One becomes resigned when one feels nothing more can be done about something. But acceptance is a totally different thing. Acceptance again here does not mean that you have accepted defeat. It simply means that there you have clearly seen and understood the real nature of something, that's all. Acceptance has nothing to do with defeat or victory. It is just clearly seeing what is, that's all. So now comes the most interesting part. So how do we transcend this desire into compassion? Now we will be doing a meditation, a very beautiful meditation to experience, to have this experience. So let's get into the meditation, requesting all of you to sit down. Please be seated either on the floor or on a chair, but you need to be in a comfortable position. You cannot move, and make sure that you are all seated comfortably with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Now, there are 4 steps to repeat here. You can tie your eye bands. For better focus, you can tie your eye bands. Okay, let's begin the meditation. Inhale as deeply as possible hold the breath. Fill your lungs and remain that way for as long as possible. Let me repeat. The first step is to inhale as deeply as possible. And then hold the breath. Fill your lungs and remain in the same way for as long as possible. Then exhale through the mouth, emptying out your lungs. You will inhale through your nose. You'll hold the breath for as long as possible, and then you will exhale through your mouth. Please listen. You will exhale through the mouth, emptying out your lungs. Keep your lungs empty for as long as possible. This is one cycle. So you will inhale and then you will hold the breath, filling your lungs, and remain in that way for as long as possible. And then you will slowly exhale through the mouth. You will empty out your lungs. Keep your lungs empty for as long as possible. This is one cycle. So let's continue to do this. You can all relax. Please stop the breathing and relax. Continue to keep your eyes closed. You can continue to breathe normally. Come to your normal breathing now. Continue to keep your eyes closed and you can breathe in the normal way. Now, slowly, very slowly, visualize all your dreams, all your desires. Continue to keep your eyes closed. Start visualizing all your dreams and all your desires. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let's continue. Now, very slowly visualize all your dreams, all your desires, one by one. Feel that all your desires are getting fulfilled. All your desires have come true. Imagine as deeply as possible, as if it has all actually happened. So now you will visualize all your desires are getting fulfilled and all your desires have come true. So you can imagine as deeply as possible as if it has actually happened. For example, if you wanted a new house, visualize that you are already inside your dream house. Yes, continue to visualize. Visualize consciously how your life will be after fulfillment of all your desires. If one of your desire is wealth, visualize how you will be when the desire is fulfilled, and feel that way now. Visualize how you will live after getting all the wealth that you always wanted to own. Continue to visualize realistically to the maximum possible extent in a very detailed fashion. Don't think that any particular detail is silly to include. Include everything that you can think of. So look into all the desires that are coming up. Never condemn any desire or condemn the fulfillment that comes because of the visualization. Just ensure that you are all completely fulfilled. Live the ecstasy. Live the joy of having your desires fulfilled. It is completely all right to go through it. Visualize all your desires having to do with name and fame. Visualize how your life and actions will be once the name and fame have been achieved. Visualize and enjoy your new social status. There is nothing wrong in doing so. Visualize how you will be attended upon by people because of your new status. Feel gratitude towards them and enjoy the whole scene. If you always wanted to be the boss of your company, visualize how your life and actions will be once you have achieved the status. So visualize and enjoy your new social status. There is nothing wrong in doing so. Visualize how you will be attended upon because of your new status by people, and start feeling gratitude towards them as you visualize. Enjoy the whole scene. Visualize all your sexual fantasies coming true. There is nothing wrong in doing so now. Go deep into them and visualize them coming true. Once your sexual desires get fulfilled, how complete you will feel. feel that way now. There is nothing wrong in this. Feel the relaxation and fulfillment upon satisfying all your sexual desires. Once your spiritual desires are blessed, how fulfilled you will feel. Feel that way now. Visualize all your spiritual aspirations coming true. If there are any broken relationships that you desire to be repaired, now is the time. Visualize that you have taken the steps needed to repair the relationship and that it has become all right. Feel the relief and joy because of the repaired relationship. Feel the joy of being able to talk to the person like the good old days again. Feel the joy of having the relationship healed. Visualize and feel that all your desires have come true. Visualize that your life now is in complete fulfillment, exactly how you would want it to be in all aspects. Consciously put your whole effort and visualize things in a detailed way. Don't avoid this. Do not avoid this. Do not again push the desires to the unconscious. Bring them up to the conscious and live them. Drop all your fears, all your doubts now. Just follow the instructions. Bring up all the desires and start living them. Consciously start bringing up all the desires within you and start living them. Live them totally with all the juice in them. Understand that there is nothing wrong in going fully ahead in your visualization. This is your best opportunity because you are in the Master's presence. It is the Master's energy which is guiding all of you right now through this meditation. So just follow the instructions as it is. Then you will experience the benefits of this meditation. When you start visualizing all your desires, you will automatically start concentrating on the third eye, on the brow chakra. located between your eyebrows. Allow that to happen. Encourage your mind to get concentrated on the third eye. With all your power and consciousness, give life to all your desires. Live everything. Allow yourself to have the life as you wish to. Let all your sexual fantasies come true. Let all your desires for wealth become reality. Let all your spiritual desires become reality. Continue to keep your eyes closed. And now you can slowly stand up with your eyes closed. Please stand slowly, very slowly. Please come to the standing position and continue to keep your eyes closed. In the standing position now, give at least 1 feet gap between your feet and place them wide apart. Have a 1 feet gap between your feet and place them wide apart. Now, stop all the movement of thoughts. Whatever thoughts may come up, just witness them. Just witness your thoughts without getting involved with your thoughts. Just witness your thoughts. Now, step away from your own body by 1 foot mentally and witness your thoughts. So mentally you will imagine stepping away from your body by 1 foot and start witnessing your thoughts, your breath, your mind, and your body. Look at your whole body from a distance. Do not associate yourself with the body or the mind. Just be a witness. Witness the thoughts that are arising. Let your hands be loose and relaxed. Continue to witness. Continue to witness the thoughts that are arising. You can all relax now. Please relax. Come back to your positions. You may be seated comfortably. Please open your eyes and relax. Now start looking in. Become aware what is happening within you. When your mental body becomes empty, when your pranic body opens, your being becomes porous to the live energy. When the desires become energy, you become porous to the energy. Many of your unconscious desires disappear. Many of your wants exist just because others also have the same wants. When you bring all those wants to consciousness, they will just melt and disappear. And the energy which was invested in those wants or desires will now aid in fulfilling your conscious desires. Those energies will become a support to fulfill your conscious desires. Now, not only do the unconscious desires disappear, the energy that was locked in them now becomes a positive support for your conscious desires. You will start seeing that even when you don't ask, things start happening for you. The desires have started melting and becoming energy for you. Actually, they are energy. They are not cancers as we think. We always think that desires are blood clots. No, they are not blood clots. They are blood. Because you have not brought consciousness into them, they have become blood clots. When you bring consciousness to them, they become blood again. Yes. So you can all relax. You can slowly open your eyes. So all of you, if you are seeing any kind of changes that is happening within and outside, internal as well as external, you can share your experience here in the chat. How you felt during the meditation. You can continue to do this meditation after the sessions. You can continue to practice this meditation. So now we will share some of the experience from the participants who attended this program when the master was physically available at Adi Kailash. So the participant who attended this program is sharing his experience. So let me read out this person's experience here. So he says, I'm usually a person, the name of the person is Anand Devskar. I'm usually a person who gets startled quickly. After my NSP, that is the Nithyananda Spurana program, I noticed that the situations that would have jolted me earlier caused no fear stroke or jumpiness in me. I was able to discover this within that millisecond of reaction. I feel like a different person now. Things that used to affect me just do not touch me anymore. Anxiety, worry, it's just gone. And the desires too. And he is in Nithyananda, which means eternal bliss. Another person here is sharing, I did my NSP at Aircart in Tamil Nadu. During the course, the most memorable experience for me was the pranic layer meditation. After writing down reams of desires for hours, when I went into the meditation, all I could recall were a handful of desires and each one unconnected with anything material. I almost literally saw in my mind's eye a tree with a few golden leaves that Swami had predicted. Swami here means our beloved Swamiji. So Swami said that these few remaining desires were our prarabdha. I had no clue what he meant, but was quite surprised that someone like me, who had been an aggressive corporate warrior, found nothing of material value to remember as my core desire. But the course was magic. All that registered was the Master's guarantee. I promise you that none of you will take birth again if you do not wish to. You will be reborn if you wish, in whatever form you wish to be. I was so relieved that I was not going to be reborn. 3 months ago, I would have dismissed this as the claim of a crazed soul. But sitting in front of the Master, who was younger than my son, I had no doubt that whatever he said would come true. The 4 days passed rapidly, and the last night was a sleepless Ananda Darshan for nearly 300 people, all of whom received a spiritual name. I remember falling at the feet of everyone, young and old, with no thought as to who I was. During the program, we formed groups and performed skits. Swami sat on huge speakers and enjoyed the way we made fools of ourselves. During one skit that had an all-female cast, a few of the participants made fun of the women in what I thought was an uncouth way. I could not help telling them to stop heckling the women. One of them I found especially distasteful, and I was quite rude to him in front of Swamiji, telling him to lay off. Surprised perhaps, this person did, and the skits continued. I forgot about the incident after that, but when I went back to the ashram for Acharya training, I started wondering why I was so critical of this person while Swamiji was laughing his head off at this man's antics. The thoughts wouldn't go away. If my master didn't mind, why should I? Was the refrain that kept playing in my mind. How dare I? Who was I to judge? I remember asking Ayya, Swamiji's secretary and senior disciple. He said that the very fact that I was thinking this way meant changes were happening in me. I had no idea about what these changes were. A few days later, this person was in the ashram for some work. I was near the kitchen beyond the laughing temple, and I saw him approach from a distance of about 100 meters away. When he saw me, I saw that he hesitated. Not surprising, since I had been quite rude to him during the NSP. Suddenly, something broke within me. I can recall perfectly, clearly the exact moment. I walked forward towards him with my arms open. As I hugged him halfway down the pathway, I guess nobody would have been more surprised than this person. I had tears in my eyes. Neither had I anything to say, nor there seemed a need. Today I know him very well. He has a heart of gold. We have nothing in common except the Master. Knowing what a wonderful person he is now, I realize what a judgmental person I was till my NSP days, and what a poor judge of people I was. My judgments were based totally on social conditioning, though I feel no guilt, thanks to my Master. I shiver involuntarily when I think of how silly I was. From that moment, it was as if all my negativities dropped. Anger, irritation, dislike, and other emotions that made me operate previously in high gear seemed to drop in quick succession. Each time I felt a negative emotion about an event or a person, it was as if a hammer would knock my head saying, "Wake up, you idiot, perish the thought." True enough, they perished. Attachments too dropped rapidly. Like the desires that drop from the tree, there seemed no hold for attachments. For the first time in my life, I was free of conditioning, however much of a cliche it may sound. Looking back, NSP was when my transformation really began from a subhuman to a human. So, with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. So you can all share your experiences. If you have any doubts, if you have any clarifications, you need to know more about the meditation, how to do the meditation, you can type in the chat and we will be happy to help you. Yes, if you don't have any doubts, we will conclude. So here Ma Pallavi is sharing her experience. I noticed my awareness was fully into what I wanted. By default, which I usually worry about. That presence was not there at all. Okay, beautiful, Ma. Wonderful experience. So continue to do this meditation whenever you can find time. It's better we make time to do these meditations. So make time for yourself every day and continue to practice these meditations. The meditation that impacts you the most, continue to do those meditations. Thank you for your sharing, Ma. So we will conclude the segment with the Purna Mantra. Please sit up with your head, neck and spine in a straight line as we chant the Purna Mantra. Please sit straight with your hands folded in the Anjali Mudra. Let us chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरि ओम् तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवं पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। Thank you all for participating. Nithyanandam. Thank you, Mother M.A. Swami.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Thank you, Ma Uma. Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Now we are going to do the power manifestation. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. All of you, please go ahead and post the powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. I hope all of you have the book already. If you do not have, please do let me know. If you have the physical copy by any chance, so open the book, random page, and read wherever your eyes fall in, and read that cognition, and that is exactly what Swamiji is speaking to you. That is what you need to internalize at this moment. If you do not have the physical copy, from the soft copy, you will be posting the link if you require. You must have already saved it. So please open the book and receive the powerful cognition from wherever your cursor falls. Just browse through. Wherever your cursor falls, stop there and read the cognition. And you can also post it in the chat and internalize that cognition, which will make you powerful. And that is what exactly Swamiji is speaking to you. So receive the powerful cognition. Now we are going to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. And you also bring your object, coconuts. For those of you who are yet to get the breakthrough in this, you can try with one coconut. If you already gotten the breakthrough, you can use 2 coconuts on both hands. You can move on to the next level of manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. Reading out your powerful cognitions. And reposted, surrendering to the laws of existence is the greatest relaxation from worry. Eugene, the power of intention in a mental plane can cause something to happen in the physical plane. The power of intention. Have you internalized this, Eugene? What you set intention, you manifest that. The very, very powerful cognition. Yes, anyone else? Please post your cognitions immediately. Now, and also bring your object. We are going to do one more round of the consciousness over matter in a next level of manifesting. Pain shaft or joy shaft, both lead to suffering. Pallavi, wonderful mom. So do not clutch the thoughts. Beautiful cognitions. With this cognitions, with this powerfulness, now let's start manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. So all of you get your objects. Intensely manifest this power. You can move anything in life. So please bring your objects. Eugene, are you ready? You're ready with your object? Awesome. And others also. Yes, and for those of you who are not on camera, can you please come on camera? Veti, Cho, Pallavi, Lincoln, others, please come in front of camera. So, awesome. Yes, now please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object to move. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to the Mahavakya again and again.
Bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, all of you, please share your power manifestation experience in the chat. Root was moving clockwise on my palm. Wonderful. How about others? Fell off towards the left direction of my palm. Okay, Eugene. Yes, anyone else to post, you do it so immediately. Now we are going to enter into the next layer. We're going to learn about the next layer. Which is mental body. The mental layer or mental body is associated with the powerful emotion of guilt. Powerful emotion of guilt. Thoughts are much more powerful than we think they are. We think our thoughts can at the most affect only us, right? Okay, if I have the negative thoughts, I get sick, physically get sick. That much understanding we have, but it doesn't end there. It's not just affect us, but it affects the whole world. Our thoughts are so powerful. For example, we may think that if we have a negative thoughts, they can put only us into depression. Or when we are happy, we feel a positive outlook in our thinking for some time. But we don't understand an important thing. Our thoughts do not affect just us. It affects everybody around us. What the thoughts that we entertain not just affect us, but around us. Lot more. In fact, our thoughts affect the whole world. We may not be able to believe this logically, right? It's hard to believe. But it is our collective thoughts that are responsible for every single incident happening in this universe. We talk about calamities, right? We talk about this, all that, but we are all responsible for that. Because of the collective negativity, these things are happening. It's hard to believe logically. Nothing is an accident. Nothing happens randomly because we don't understand the science behind what is happening. We call them incidences or accidents or coincidences. For this, we need to clearly understand these deep yet fundamental truths about life that will change the very way we look at life. Let's understand these fundamental truths about life that will change the very way we look at life. First thing, all our minds are not individual, separate pieces of the universe. They're all one and the same. All our minds are interlinked. Not only interlinked, they directly affect each other. This is what I call collective consciousness. Your thoughts are as infectious as your cold. People may escape from your cold. It is not so infectious, but your thoughts are so infectious, much more than your cold is. If you catch a cold from someone, you might suffer physically for a few days and then get over it. But when you catch thoughts from people, not only do you suffer mentally, but the suffering is also forever. Similarly, anything that you think affects the people staying around you, it affects not only those who are staying closely around you, but everyone living on the planet Earth. Your intellect might resist, saying, "How can this be true?" But the truth is, all of us are not different beings or different minds. We are all totally interlinked, closely networked. Any of my thoughts can transform you. Any of your thoughts can touch me. We are not separate individuals. We are not an island. There is only one whole thing, collective consciousness. The second, that is the first truth. How many of you understood? Can I have a thumbs up? All right. The second, that's the first truth. Second truth is that you are connected not only at the mental level, but even at the deeper conscious levels. We understood from the first truth that we are all connected in the mental level. Once negative thoughts affects the whole world, add to the collective consciousness. That we understand. Now, it is much more, second truth is much more deeper. What is that? We are not only connected at the mental level, but even at the deeper conscious levels. The deeper you go, the deeper you are connected. We are all actually connected. In the levels of the all 7 energy bodies, we are all connected. Now, in the physical layer, you, God, I can be represented at 3 different points. In the physical level, I look separate, you look separate, God is separate, Guru is separate, right? That's what we are seeing in the physical level. Individual beings, we are seeing different physical bodies, we are seeing. Quite far from each other. Say 120 degrees away from one another. In the physical layer, the distance is so much. That's right. If you come down little to the pranic layer, second layer, the distance is reduced. The 3 points come a little closer. If you come down deeper to the mental layer, the distance between you and I is further reduced. And so in the distance is the distance between you, God, and I. When you travel deeper and deeper and finally reach the nirvanic layer, these 3 entities merge into one. Physical layer, they are all different entities. The distance is too much. But when you come deeper, deeper, deeper inside to pranic layer, mental layer, and next layer, finally at the nirvanic layer, they all merge into one. Please be very clear that at the deep end of all these layers, that is in the nirvanic layer, God, you, and I are one. There is no distance between us. Let us go a little deeper into this truth. We all seem like different entities at the physical level. But what happens when you love someone intimately? His or her love and suffering affects us. It comes and goes out of your being. This is because at a deeper level, there is no individual entity, and each one of us is a part of the collective consciousness. Of course, you do not want the suffering. However, you cannot escape from the suffering. Have you noticed that whether it is physical pain or mental suffering or spiritual bondage, you get it again and again? This is because you are not aware that you are part of the collective consciousness. Once you become aware and realize that you are a part of the collective consciousness, that you don't have an individual identity, you realize that you do not have a separate ego. All of us think that we own our intellectual identity. However, the simple truth is, in existence, no such thing as a separate individual identity exists. Once we know this truth, we go beyond pain and suffering, depression and disease. Understand clearly that as long as we have this concept of individual identity, whether physically or mentally or at the being level, we will be continuously suffering. The moment we start thinking that we are an individual body that is separate from existence, our whole body becomes our enemy. You are a part and everything is the whole. If you fall in tune with the whole behaves as your friend. The moment you start thinking, discriminating, or behaving with the whole in opposition, it starts acting like an enemy. Remember, the whole is not here to kill you or destroy you. The whole, the universe, is a hologram of which we are part of. How many of you do not know hologram? I hope all of you know, isn't it? What does it mean? See, every single part of the hologram, even if split, reflect the totality of that hologram. We too reflect the totality of the whole that is the universe. See, in a canvas, if you see cinema posters in India, we do have a cutouts of cinema posters, right? Like how they put that huge pictures is, they print like leg one part, they print different parts, right? And they come and paste it to make a big huge poster. Like if you take one part of it, it's a part of one hand or one face, or certain part of the body only, certain part of the scenery only. It is, but in the hologram, if you take one piece, whole picture is in that piece. Any part you take it. You understand the difference, right? So similarly, we are a microcosm of the whole universe, the macrocosm. Getting it? Can I have a thumbs up? We are like a small hologram, microcosm. We reflect the whole universe in a miniature way. The other day, I read an interesting interview of this man who survived his jump into the Niagara Falls. This being an unusual event and a very daring one, there were many journalists questioning him. If you have been to the Niagara Falls, you would know the depth of the fact that someone survived jumping down the Niagara Falls. I can't imagine someone surviving the Niagara Falls. When asked how he managed this unimaginable feat, the man replied beautifully, "When I jumped, I became part of the Niagara Falls." Oneness. I felt like I was part of it. I never felt that I was different from those falls. When we are in tune with the collective consciousness, when we become a part of the collective consciousness, nature is with us. Nature is our friend, and nature protects us. Nature will not harm us. When we start thinking that we are different from nature, that we are an individual consciousness, we will always experience nature as our enemy. Let us be clear that as long as we are in tune with the collective consciousness, we experience nature as that which protects us. Wherever we want to achieve success, either in the societal or economic world, when we tune in with the whole group, when we fall in tune with the collective consciousness, we will achieve what we want to achieve. As long as we feel that we are the separate individuals, as long as we want to keep our identity distinct and wish to have an idea that we are somebody, be very clear. We will be resisted and we will be resisting. The moment we start resisting, we make hell out of it. Whether at home, office, workplace, or industry, this is bound to happen. However, if we disappear into the collective consciousness, we will be protected and taken care of again and again. We will attain complete success, not only socially and economically, but we will also experience it. It would be a feeling of fulfillment which is inexplicable. A small story. A man was suddenly informed that his wife has fallen into the river. He immediately jumps into the river and starts swimming against the current. Everybody is surprised and ask him, "Hey, why are you swimming against the current?" He replies, "You guys don't know my wife. Even if she falls into the river, she would only swim against the current." As long as we resist the current, whether it is our workplace, our house, our company, or any other place for that matter, as long as we do not disappear into the collective consciousness, we will be continuously creating hell for ourselves and for others. Tao, an ancient Chinese philosophy, contains the same teaching. Tao is all about flow. It is about flowing with the nature. Water is the greatest illustration of such a natural flow. Water simply flows with the land line around obstacles smoothly and energetically. Tao talks about the reeds in the water and that bend with the flow and strengthen up with the flow reduces. This can only happen when we do not imagine ourselves to be different from our environment. Even in the physical layer, if we think we are something separate, be very clear, we will be inviting diseases. Another point is that in the mental layer, if we think we are separate individuals, we will be sowing seeds of violence again and again in our system. Seeds of violence are created whenever we feel we are an individual, unconnected and unrelated to others. We turn selfish, dogmatic, and violent. We turn into virtual terrorists with individual consciousness. We desert. We cut things into pieces. Understand that such logic always breaks things apart. However, with collective consciousness, we unify everything around us with us. At the soul level, if we think we are separate individuals, spiritually, we connect, even take the first step. There is no possibility of any spiritual growth. First of all, remember that at the physical level, we are not independent individuals. Our body and the mind, our body and the body of sun and the moon are pre-connected. Any small change in the body of the sun can make changes in our body. Any small change in our body can change the body of the moon, and vice versa. Some of us may have noticed that the phases of the moon affect the state of our mind. How many of you noticed that? All of you know this, right? We may not be able to logically relate these changes, but they are true. In the mental layer also, we are not alone. At every given point in our life, in time, any thought rising from anyone's head comes and touches us, and any thought created in our mind goes and touches someone else. This is going on continuously. Be clear that any thought sown by someone else can touch us and affects us. Thoughts are ripples, like ripples created on the water surface of a lake. If we are creating a strong wave, we will be creating an impression with our thought. We will be leading and inspiring others with our thoughts. However, if our thoughts are not solid enough, waves created by others will impress us. Either we live as leaders or as followers. There is no in between. The mind might think, I will not be a leader as I cannot do that much. I will not be a follower either, so I shall maintain my own stand. This is simply impractical. There is no such thing as my own stand. Either we lead or we follow. At the mental level also, if you continuously think that you are a separate individual, you will be resisted again and again. The moment you understand that you are part of the collective consciousness, you will not be resisted. Instead, you will be welcomed and accepted. So I would request all of you to the cognitions that you learned so far, post it, internalize it, and post your understandings in the chat. Remember, the more you internalize and share it, the more the information, the knowledge sink into you. Listening is one, you learn only 25%. Manana, the internalization, you will learn the next level of understanding. So please internalize and post whatever cognitions you learn, because this session is a long session, multiple levels you will be going. So it is a much deeper topic. So please internalize again before we move on to the next understanding. Please write down the cognition that you understand, so far you understand. If we decide to retain our ego, step away from the whole, we are creating enemies for ourselves. Others also, keep listening, keep listening. You internalize whatever you learned or understanding, internalize and express what you understand. Pallavi, we constantly create either shafts of pain or joy, but we fail to understand the shaft was never there in the first place. It's imaginary shaft due to selective memory. So, Pallavi, you also post what we learned in this session about the collective consciousness, about the mental layer. What did you understand, Ma? So far? All right, so let's move on to further part. Pallavi, we should be always be in sync with collective consciousness. Flow in oneness and there will be no resistance. Wonderful. Yeah. Our thoughts affects the not just only us, but the people around us, in fact, the whole universe. And much deeper level, we are all connected. From the physical layer, if you go deeper and deeper, like pranic, mental layer, and the distance is decreasing. At the nirvanic layer, there is no separation. We are all one, merged into one. Right? That's what we have learned so far. Now, we will do one power manifestation session. Please sit straight. Get your objects ready. We will be doing the one more round of the consciousness over matter power manifestation session. For those of you who are absolutely comfortable, you can bring two objects and hold the two objects in two hands and try to manifest, move the objects in from the both the hands. For those of you who are in the at two manifest, you can work with one object. So get two coconuts. If you do not have, just two fruits, round fruits. Please bring in, take a minute or two and bring in, get ready with the objects. please bring in your objects to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. Yes. Now let's start. Let's start. Sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. And hold your object with palm absolutely straight, flat. With your palm absolutely flat, hold the object. And visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Experience the oneness space with Swamiji Paramashiva. With the space of oneness, declare the object to move. With your power of consciousness, declare the object to move. With your power of consciousness, move the matter. Let's chant the Mahavakya intensely.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now, post your experience of power manifestation in the chat. Share your power manifestation experience in the chat. Let's resume our session. The fruit fell off my palm. Wonderful. Andre, Eugene, all of you, thank you for confirming. Wonderful. Now let's resume our session of the So we have learned two truths. Sit with the next. Sit with the third truth. Finally, at the spiritual level, the moment we understand that we are deeply, totally, and intensely connected to the whole group, to the whole universe, not only do we start experiencing the bliss, but also start actually live. This opening up leads to the opening up of the many different dimensions of our being. We can't even begin to imagine the many different dimensions and possibilities that will open up to us when we disappear into this collective consciousness. As of now, with one body, it is such a feeling of joy sometimes, isn't it? Then imagine what will happen when you have so many bodies. Imagine that one body is an air conditioner and the other one is a heater. Imagine three different bodies in different countries enjoying different cultures. Similarly, if the multitudes of bodies increase, so will the joy, the bliss. Whatever we experience as individuals, we will be able to experience far more when we are a part of the collective consciousness. During the entire Nithyananda Spurana program, you will realize that you are part of the collective consciousness. It will not stop there. You will realize that not only you are part of, but you are the collective consciousness. Remember that you are not just an individual consciousness as you think. As you start traveling deeper and deeper, layer by layer, the realization will dawn that you are just one with everything. As a result, you start feeling a sense of well-being in the mental layer, the pranic layer, the etheric layer, the physical layer, and all the other layers, and automatically all diseases disappear. When you really experience that you are the boundaryless consciousness, it is an unbelievable experience that is difficult to describe. I have seen people at the end of the program in such an ecstasy that they forget their name, their identity, their social status, their education, their qualifications, their wealth, their religion, everything that they are and that they have. They respect every other individual in the hall with such a flowing love and gratitude. All of them fall at the other's feet. I've seen father-in-law falling at the feet of his daughter-in-law. In India, this never happens. It is too much to ask, as per the traditions followed in India. However, this has happened at the end of the program only because he is able to see the divinity in her at that moment. The mother-in-law sees the divinity in her son-in-law and falls at his feet. Grandparents touch the feet of grandchildren. Bosses or owners touch the feet of people working under them. This experience of oneness or collective consciousness makes us forget all differences in name, wealth, social status, and prestige. Whatever we think as ourselves, all of it just disappears. And what we truly are is revealed. I have seen that by touching the feet of their worst enemies, people simply forgive and forget the past. They experience such a deep level of consciousness, such bliss, that literally the ego disappears. They just go around and see God in everyone, and they are in bliss, ecstasy, collective consciousness. Mind you, it is not that they are visualizing or hallucinating. When the experience happens, the whole group realizes that they are all one and the same. They are not different entities. A small story. There was a farmer who grew superior quality and award-winning corn. Year after year, his corn won honor and prizes in the state fair. One year, a newspaper reporter interviewed him. The reporter wanted to find out something interesting about the farmer who grew the best corn. During the interview, the reporter discovered that the farmer shared his seed corn with his neighbors. How can you afford to share your best seed corn with your neighbors when they too are entering their corn in competition with yours each year? The reporter asked. Why, sir? Said the farmer. Didn't you know? The wind picks up pollen from the ripening corn and swirls it from field to field. If my neighbors grew inferior, substandard, and poor quality corn, cross-pollination will steadily degrade the quality of my corn. If I am to do good corn, I must help my neighbors to grow good corn too. The farmer gave a superb insight into the connectedness of life. His corn couldn't be better or improve unless his neighbor's corn also improved. The farmer had learned the secret to harmonious life. If we choose to be at harmony, we must help our neighbors and colleagues to be at peace. If we choose to live well, we must help others live well too. If we choose to be happy, we must help others find happiness. We must work with others because we are all connected with each other. No matter how remote it may seem, the value of a life is measured by the lives it touches. Only when we experience the collective consciousness can we realize and experience the meaning of the word bliss, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. The problem is that from childhood, we are trained to be separate from others. In schools, we are taught to be somebody different. Prove that we are somebody. As adults, we are taught to compete with others. We have to understand one thing. Those who have created the present system of education are not enlightened. The system of education designed and developed by the ancient sages in the East, the Gurukul structure is almost completely out of practice. It is almost dead today. It is an ancient Indian residential education system whereby the students study with and imbibe the energy and teachings of enlightened masters. Let me highlight a few points about the Gurukul education system that was initiated by enlightened masters. In the system, any child who belongs to the country belongs to the master. The master takes care of all of them, and parents have to hand them over to the master and move out of the way. Up to the age of 7, children in the Gurukul were not given the idea of wearing clothes. You might laugh at this, but it is a fact. This was done so that they do not get the idea that they are individual bodies. They were allowed to simply go around and relate with the existence, with the ether straight away. They were allowed to relate with flowers, forests, trees, and the earth. This ensured that until the child's 7th year, the idea that they are an individual did not form in the mind. This also taught them not to suppress the opposite gender that is alive in them. They were not given the idea that they are male or female. Understand that when we are born, all of us have the characteristics of both genders within us. A man is only 51% male and 49% female. Similarly, a woman is only 51% female and 49% male. It is our upbringing dictated by societal rules that classify us into a rigid gender differentiation right from birth. Therefore, we end up suppressing the opposite gender within us. Try to follow only these few things with your kids. First, do not separate their upper and lower body with clothes that grip at the waistline. Make them wear a single piece cloth that cover the whole body as one. Next, do not encourage anything that will develop the idea in them that they are somebody. We commonly believe that this is what builds their identity and self-esteem. But this is where we are making serious mistakes. In the ancient Gurukul system, at the age of 7, both the boys and girls were given a meditation technique. Even if they are formed such an idea that they are male or female, they use this meditation technique to dilute that imbibed feeling. This meditation technique helped them to flush out of the feeling of gender uniqueness again and again, and help them tune into the collective consciousness. This is what we now call the Gayatri Mantra, a sacred chant taught before adolescence. From 7 to 14, they practice the Gayatri, through which they continuously connected to the collective consciousness. By the age 14, by the time they reached adolescence, they would have had a glimpse of the collective consciousness and its blueprint. After they have had the glimpse of the blueprint, depending on the intensity of that glimpse, they would be given a deeper meditation technique. So that they could go deeper and deeper into themselves. Thus, by age 21, they had every opportunity to become enlightened. I will tell you honestly that there was a time when 70% of the people were enlightened. The remaining 30% were working towards it. The societal structure created by the enlightened master consisted of people either already enlightened or those who were working towards it. There was no other category. Just these two categories, achieved and working towards it. Enlightened and seekers. Unfortunately, we have lost that system. We have a Gurukul system in the Bidadi ashram in India. You should see the children, how joyful and alive they are. They wake up at 4:30 a.m. every morning and start their day. They grew up doing various things, from worship to studies to travel studies to whatnot. They are such lucky children because their hero, their idol, is an enlightened being. They unconsciously imbibe the enlightened body's language. Collective consciousness is what we call God. The whole is what we call God. When you are whole, you are holy. You must have heard about the Ras Purnima described in the Bhagavatam, the story of Sri Krishna. The full moon night when the Ras Leela was performed, it refers to the collective experience that Krishna gave his Gopikas, the women cowards. It is a beautiful example of collective consciousness. Most of us have no idea or a wrong idea about the Ras Leela. It has got nothing to do with the physical plane. It was actually a ground experience of collective consciousness. Krishna gave the ultimate experience of collective consciousness to the entire group. Our thoughts and energy flow have the capacity to create and attract incidences and people of the same nature. There is a beautiful research you should know about. One Japanese doctor, Masaru Emoto, has done a beautiful research on water and published a book called Hidden Messages from Water. It is a beautiful book. He is a great scientist. He is not only a scientist, but a person who works on different possibilities untiringly, working on the power of the mind over matter. He took many cups and filled them with water. All the cups were filled with water of the same chemical composition. Chemically, the water in all the cups were the same. he kept the cups in several rooms. All the environmental conditions like a room temperature, humidity, etc. were the same. Everything was controlled perfectly. Every day, he would enter into each of the rooms and relate with the cups of water. In one room, he would create some positive thoughts like peace, bliss, joy for 5 minutes and come out. He would then go to the next room and create some violent thoughts like war, terrorism, violence, anger, and come out. He would go to the third room and chant some words from the Dharmapada, Buddha's teachings. Finally, he froze the water from each of the cups and took pictures through a microscope. His results are published in the book called The Hidden Messages from Water. The results are simply shocking. The water on which he used positive words was shining like a diamond. The water on which he used the negative words looked like a ghost, dark, distorted, and dense. The water on which he used Buddha's teachings looked divine and beautiful, not once or thrice, but he did this experiment several hundred times and found the same result. If you find time, go through that book, Messages from the Water. Understand, if your thoughts can affect the water in the outer world, water in a small cup, can't it affect the blood which is flowing in your body? The first thing is to understand that your thoughts can affect the outer world. If 5 minutes if 5 minutes of one person's negative thoughts can affect one tumbler of water, what happens when so many of us harboring so much of irritation, negative thoughts, express our thoughts into nature? Won't nature be disturbed? Natural calamities are only because of our collective negativity. When we release so much of negativity, where do you think all this will be deposited? How else will it be expressed but only in the form of natural calamities? Today, science proves that one glass of water can become negative energy just by one man's 5 minutes negative thoughts. Then imagine billions of people constantly radiating negativity, negative thoughts, negative words, and negative energy. Why will the ocean not be affected? Why will tsunamis not happen? Naturally, we are abusing the nature by our negativity. We are imbalancing nature by our own negativity and blaming nature for it. A small story: guilt, the greatest sin. Now we listen from Swamiji. Before that, let me narrate this story. A great sage Now, mental layer is associated with guilt. A great rishi was doing penance in a deep forest. Suddenly, one night, he had an unexpected guest. There was a knock on his door. There was a man standing at the doorway. He requested the rishi, "Can I stay here tonight? Tomorrow morning, I will leave this place." The rishi said, "You are welcome. Please come and stay." The next morning, the rishi casually inquired, "Who are you? Where are you from?" The man said, "Please don't be frightened. I'm a thief. Last night, I robbed the palace and escaped. I came to your hut straight away. I'm very happy that you took care of me by giving food and shelter. I'm leaving. Please bless me." So saying, the man left. The rishi felt very disturbed. What a big sin I have committed by giving shelter and food to a thief. He started weeping, not knowing how to atone for the sin. He wanted to wash away his sin. He started praying, "Oh God, please forgive me. I don't know what I should do to remove the sin. I gave shelter and food to a thief for one full night. Please forgive me." He was weeping and wailing. Suddenly, he heard a voice from heaven. The voice was also weeping. He was surprised. He asked, "Who is it weeping?" From the above, he heard a voice, "I am God. I am weeping." Surprised, the rishi asked, "Why are you weeping?" God replied, "You gave shelter to the thief for one day. You think that it is a big sin. I am giving him food and shelter every day. Where will I go and wash my sin? That is why I am weeping." There is a beautiful thing to be understood from the story. The rishi had a strong idea that he is holier than the thief. He had more ego than compassion in him. The ego was shaken by God's message. All our guilt, all our rules, all our morality, and all our ideas of right and wrong are created only by these types of rishis and priests. Not all rishis, but all the type who think they are holier than others, that they are purer than others, that they are greater than others. They created the rules that created guilt in you. Now we'll listen from Swamiji more on the guilt, about the mental layer. Now, whatever you are understanding so far, please pen them down. Type it in the chat. Whatever you are understanding so far, please pen it in the chat.
was caught by a salesman. Salesman caught Mukund. He wants to somehow sell an elephant. And he told Mukund, see, I have a brand new elephant. Just now it is from Africa. I'll give it to you, total, full elephant, just for $100. Mukund said, what will I do with elephant? I don't want elephant. Neither I can feed the elephant or I have a place to keep the elephant. No. The man said, no, you don't know. It is 10 feet tall with black and with 4 legs and 1 big tail and finished with a big 2 trunks. Don't miss this golden opportunity. Mukund said, I understand, I have only 3-bedroom apartment, that also in the 13th floor. I cannot keep the elephant anywhere. Better you find somebody else who can keep and maintain. The sales guy said, no, you don't know the grandeur, you don't know the grandness. Just if you want to see, come with me in 10 minutes, I will show you how grand it is. You do not know the majesty in which it walks, the way in which it shouts. You do not know the grandeur. Don't miss this golden opportunity. You must have one. Only then you will really feel like a king. Do you have the desire to live like a king or not? So you will really feel like a king. Have one. Mukund almost became mad and screamed at him. Fool, I tell you, I have only 3-bedroom apartments and that also in 13th floor. Where will I keep? Leave me and go to somebody else. Salesman said, you see, if you really want really a good deal, take this one elephant. I'll give you one more elephant just for $50. Just for $50 I'll give you one more elephant. It's a really good deal. 2 elephants just for $150. Full 2 elephants just for $150. You can never have anywhere. Then slowly Mukund gave a thought to himself and said, now I think it's a good deal. Now I feel it's a good deal. You see, whenever it is available cheap, whether it is useful or not, you try to possess it, get it, collect it. Same way, you collect something in your system just because it is cheap. That is what is guilt. The next topic is the desire. What comes after the desire? Tell me. That's the usual experience of everybody after any desire, whether it is ice cream or ice. Ice cream or ice. After any desire, what comes? Whether it's ice cream or ash, whatever it may be, the thing, you will have the guilt. Just after the desire, automatically guilt follows. And you miss to understand one thing. The guilt is the thing which makes the desire to come back. You see, it's like a vicious circle. Here is desire, here is guilt. After the desire, once the desire has passed, guilt comes. Naturally, when the guilt goes, it brings desire. Then when desire goes, it brings guilt. When guilt goes, it brings desire. It's a vicious circle. Always one follow the other. If you take deeply the oath, I will not smoke. The moment you finish the oath, your mind will be asking to have a smoke. If you take much deep oath, then as early as possible. If you take the oath in a very simple way, one day you may be able to keep it up. If you take the oath with full power, not even 2-3 hours. Always desire follows the guilt, guilt follows the desire. It is the high and low energies. When you are in high, you are in a desire. When you are in low, you create guilt. If you want to really enjoy some desire, have guilt about it. Then you will never forget. That is what is truth. If you don't have guilt, you will go beyond the desire. I tell you, these so-called moral teachers who creates guilt in you, only they are the real people who are the root for all the pornographies, who are the root for all the immoral activities. Because they create guilt in you. That's a beautiful expression by Vivekananda. When he quotes on Patanjali, he says, you should never give morality. You should always give the understanding. Never the conscience, always consciousness. Now, we should not kill others. This is a basic thing. If you say that as a rule, as a morality, if you kill here, you will get hell. If you are taught as a morality, if you kill, immediately you will be caught by the police. Just like as a rule, as a morality, what will you do? When police is not there, you will do the same thing. Or you will be just waiting when the police will leave. If police does not leave, you kill him also. You just wait for the opportunity. You are just burning, bubbling. You just wait for the opportunity. When it comes, you bust it out. Same thing if it would have been given as understanding. You see, if you kill somebody else may kill you. The same thing, if it continues, the whole humanity will be dead. The whole life will disappear from the earth. Understand this. If it would have been an understanding, then till the last moment, we will never even contemplate about killing. The same way, anything, any life, any being, anything, when it is given with understanding, it becomes your consciousness. When it is given as a rule, a dead ritual, or a strong suppression, it adds only to your conscience, not to your consciousness. Two things you need to understand. Conscience and consciousness. When you understand things, it becomes consciousness. When you make rules, it becomes conscience. Guilt is created because of conscience. Conscience is created because of guilt. Guilt is the next layer, astral body. Have you heard of the astral traveling? If you read the great masters' books, then you will understand. They will take the disciples through the sky, astral travel. Great enlightened rishis, siddhas. If this body is healed, you will always have the control on the astral body. You can go in others' dreams. You will have the power to penetrate your dream, and you will have the power to penetrate others' dreams. You will come and tell me, who is the person who enrolled for ASP, last ASP, after seeing the dream? It seems one of your friends called and told you to register. Says that one of his friend called him and told him to register. Somehow he was not willing. Then he saw that somebody was calling him and telling, go and register. Of course, I didn't surely go there to force him, but when the trust is there, then divine takes this form and does it. Of
Of course, when you become enlightened, even if your astral body is under your control, you don't use it. I don't use even this body. Why will I use the astral body? Divine uses it. But till you become enlightened, if you heal this astral body, it will be under your control. It will help you in thousands of ways. First thing, the guilt-free life is nothing but heaven. It is just heaven. Now, as on now, anything you do, you have a guilt. Even if there is nothing bad or nothing wrong is going to happen that incident, you know very clearly nothing bad is going to happen. Even then you have a small itching sensation, irritation feeling. Irritation is the son of guilt. Guilt only gives birth to the irritation. Irritative feeling, a dull feeling, all these things are disciples of guilt. When you have guilt, all these things will be following you. Almost guilt makes you a schizophrenia. Daytime you are a different personality, nighttime you are a different personality. Both can meet and merge with each other. Both can share their views with each other. Guilt is the thick wall, the china wall between you and your night life. You and your other personality. Almost every one of us got night life separately, day life separately. Your being is just cut into half. You are just separated. You behave one way in the front, one way in the back. You live one way in the society, one way when you are alone. Guilt is the wall which makes you not to meet yourself. Whenever some thought, the so-called immorality, when it arises, immediately you suppress it with the guilt. If you have a little bit of courage to face it, to allow that to come up, then you will see the same thought. If it is right, it will be materialized. If it is wrong, it will become nothing. It will simply disappear. But you don't have so much of patience or consciousness. You just want to press everything. You just want everything to be controlled. You just want everything to be under your control. You see, it's like your kids are playing in your bedroom. Of course, when they play in your bedroom, it is nothing less than hell. They make hell. Suddenly some guest has come. What you do, immediately you put the screen, lock the door, cover the whole bedroom. You don't let them go into that room at all, near that room at all. The same way, inside, there is a portion in your being which is totally dirty. Not even actually dirty, so-called dirty. When the kids play, it is not that, it has become dirty. Just if you spend 10 minutes, you can put the things back and everything will become alright. But for the sake of emergency, what you do? You just lock it, finish. Same thing you do with your personality also. To show it to the society, you just lock that portion. You never open it. Because you have not opened for a long time, it starts getting smelled. It just becomes like a wound. Guilt is the gate, or guilt is the screen with which you cover everything. Let us work on the guilt, the astral body. Last meditation, somebody came and told me, after leaving the hall, Swamiji, I felt so light. I was not even able to balance my body. I fell. Actually, I fell. He came and asked me, what is it? It's perfectly all right. Actually, you lose the boundary. That is what happens when you work on the second layer. Now, you will be losing more and more the boundaries. You will be going deeper and deeper. Layers of your being. But you are afraid.
No, we had the same experience.
You also had the same experience.
We couldn't keep our balance. Standing.
You see, that is what your boundary is getting expanded. You understand? Now you know only how to live with 10 acre. You have 70 acre land. You live only with 10 acre. I am expanding your boundary. You feel so big, so vast, you are not able to balance. But in few minutes or few days, you will be balancing. Then you will be able to live the whole area. It's like taking the responsibility of all your bodies. In starting, it will be just like this. Don't worry about it. But it will be always ecstatic. Am I right? Was it suffering? Was it suffocating? Then what? Carry on. It's ecstatic. Nice. It just expands. We are going to work on the next layer. The guilt. The greatest enemy. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, my wife is caught by the ghost. My husband is caught by the ghost. Or my son-in-law is being possessed by some spirit. Actually, the greatest ghost or greatest devil, the greatest spirit which can possess the people is the guilt. There is no other spirit, no other evil, no other devil, no other ghost except this guilt. The guilt is the greatest ghost which has caught everybody. Don't think somebody is having the guilt and somebody is not having. Everybody. You may be thinking, see, I have done only one small mistake. After all, one murder. For this itself, I am feeling so guilt. And I have seen the criminals who have done so many things, so many murders and so many criminal activities. They all don't feel guilt at all. You may be thinking in your mind, they are all quite happy, they are all quite comfortable, just moving around, enjoying the life. But you do not know how much of guilt each one has got. He will be having his own guilt. So never think only you have guilt and somebody else is not having. Everyone has got the guilt. Let us work into the guilt. G-U-I-L-T. Let it become G-I-L-L-T. Now, start writing separately. Express the deepest wounds created to you by the society. The guilts. Again, I will classify 3 types of guilts. The first guilt will be always sexual. Because when your body gets matured, not even matured, and even at young age, you have the natural tendency, all the kids will touch their genitals. All the kids will play with their genitals. Then what will the parents do? They will just beat the hands of the kids. And they will train them, don't touch. It is dirty. Devil is there. Ghost is there. These are the trainings. This is the first layer of guilt which you create on the man. The first guilt is always sexual. On the sex layer. The guilt which is created by the parents and family. The guilt which is created by the society. Always the family creates the guilt about sex. Society creates the guilt about the violence. See, there are so many rules with which you need to live in the society. Instead of giving understanding, they just give it as a guilt. They just give it as a hell and heaven concept. If you do this, you will go to hell. If you do this, you will go to heaven. The guilt which is created by society, the guilt which is created by family, the guilt which is created by society, the guilt which is created by yourself. After the society and the family's conditioning, you will have your own rule and you will start create your own guilt. These are the basic 3 layers of guilt. Now, add some more guilt, whatever you have. Please write down the reasons for the guilt and all your guilt, one by one. Very clearly, God may ask you, give your notebook, let me solve all the guilt. What all the guilts has to be cleared, write it very clearly, very consciously, and deeply as possible by you. Verbalize it properly. If you feel you don't have any guilt at all, then come and sit here. You are already enlightened. Every one of us have got our own guilts. Think deeply. For ice cream, for music, for pop, so many things you will be having guilt. There are so many who has got guilt about their haircut. So whatever guilt you are carrying, try to verbalize it and start putting it in the form of. If you are really moralistic, then you will be having more guilt. Look deeply. If you are really cultured, then you will be having more guilt. The moments which you felt guilty, the moments which you felt you behaved in a very immature way, please write even those moments. There will be always some moments you remember and think, I behaved very immature way at that time. I should have been a little more mature. Even those moments are nothing but guilt. Remember and write those moments. Verbalize those moments. Let me explain the meditation technique. Understand very clearly. First, slowly, consciously feel that your head is being pressed inside your heart. Somebody is just pressing it. Have you seen the cartoons, Tom and Jerry? Just like that. Just feel it is being pressed. Then clearly visualize more than this region is empty. Your head has been totally pressed. Your head is in this region. You look through the heart. You are seeing through the heart. You are seeing through the heart and you are breathing through the heart. You are relating with this world through the heart. Feel that head is totally pressed. Head is not there. It is no more. Just empty space above the neck. Above the neck, empty space. Head is just pressed. First session, of course, time will not be told to you. First session, because when all of you reach that experience, only then I will be able to guide you to the next experience, to the next state. I wanted the whole group to have the experience. Only then I will be able to guide you to the next. So time is not known now. Till all of you lose your head, you have to go on doing it. I cannot say anything about it. A small story. Once Moore got into the stage and started singing. Then people all shouted, once more, once more. He was just pampered like anything. He felt he's honored. And again he started singing. Again people asked, once more, once more. Again he sang. Fourth time also people asked, once more, once more. Then he felt a little awkward. I think, what is this? But somehow he has to sing no other way. It continued till the 10th time. 11th time he himself got fed up. He asked somebody, why are you shouting so much once more, once more? Allow me to go to the next song. Somebody from the crowd got up and told, till you sing it properly, we are not going to leave you. Till you sing properly, we are not going to let you go by the next song. So till you do it perfectly, till you have that experience, I am not going to let you go to the next step. That's the first step. The next step, with that same mood, you have to move your body. Body movements should be done, but with the same feeling, without having the head. First, you will lose the head and you will sit in the sitting posture. Then, you will know how to breathe without head. how to see without head, how to smell without head. These are all very simple actions. Then you should learn how to move your hands without head, how to move your legs without head, how to move your body without head. Finally, you will end up in a total, maybe a running, movement of running or jogging, or maybe movement of dancing, the peak movement. All your movements will be done without the idea, without remembrance of the head. Only with the remembrance of the astral body, the, of course, heart, of course, your being, the astral body, not the remembrance of your wounded astral body, the guilt. So we'll start working on it. Please, all of you sit. Take slow, deep breaths. Just few minutes.
Yes. Yes. Now we are going to have the power manifestation session, one more round. And what you also either write down the cognitions that you learn from this session, and next post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So all of you, please quickly do this. Post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book, and also the cognitions that you learn from this session. Please sit straight with your objects in your hands. So Andre posted his understanding. If I am given one more body, I will enjoy everything twice as much. But if I am given 5 bodies, naturally, I will enjoy things 5 times as much. Yes. That's beautiful understanding. Perfect. So now let's do one more round of the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. So please sit with your objects in your hands. For those of you who are comfortable, you can do with the 2 hands also. You choose your level of manifesting. Let us start. Visualize. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, let's start manifesting the power of consciousness over matter.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now please post whatever your power manifestation experience in the chat. The fruit fell down from my palm. And so you're progressing, Andre. Wonderful. Yes, others also, please quickly post your updates. Manifested, then we'll resume our sessions, jnana sessions. One more minute. Yes. Now let's learn more on the guilt. Guilt is the greatest sin. At least other sins will punish you after death. Guilt will punish you when you are alive. The guilt that retards your growth and puts you into a vicious cycle of misery and suffering is what society feeds on, what religion thrives on. It condemns all the basic emotions that humans have, instead of giving the techniques to transform the base emotions into higher ones, actually, if you go and see, all so-called activities of social service or get rid of the guilt feeling that we might be having too much money. But we don't realize that it is not money that is the problem, but the mind that is the problem. If the mind is not a problem, it will not matter how much money we have. Let us look at a deep into little deep into guilt. What is the root cause of guilt? It is our idea about right and wrong, our understanding about what is right and wrong. Only from that the guilt starts. What is right? What is wrong? Let us start analyzing. After all, what is the scale to measure right or wrong? In Hinduism, Westernism is considered right. In Christianity, non-Westernism is thought to be right. In Hinduism, you can marry only once. In Islam, you can marry several times. In Hinduism, you can't drink alcohol and liquor. In Christianity, Jesus himself consumed wine. So where is the scale to measure what is right and what is wrong? There is no scale. So please understand that morality should happen out of integrity, not out of guilt. Guilt is a wedge inserted into your inner space. It makes you schizophrenic. It makes you take on double standards. What do you mean by integrity? Being in the present moment and being only one, not many. Seeing reality without the play of the mind. Once the mind steps in, duality steps in. Are you able to catch this truth? Jayanti, Yanglin, are you able to catch this truth? Just by being intensely aware of the present moment, you can achieve integrity where there is only one and not two or three or many fighting in you. When you are aware, you will be one and moral. When you decide to stray from awareness, you will be many and immoral. Morality has to do with awareness, not with any other social roots. Awareness causes you to spontaneously take the right action in the right situation. Morality can very well cause you to do the wrong thing in the right situation because it doesn't have the right base. If you integrate yourself, you will be centered upon awareness. If you remain fragmented, you will depend on morality for guidance. People who create rules and regulations in order to create guilt in you are the ones who hide their personal lives under the covers because their personal lives would be totally non-conforming to the rules set up by them. But they set up the rules so that they can rule you and exploit you. Once you have the idea of guilt sown in you, you can be cheated and exploited easily by society. That's why guilt is the first thing that society sows in you. With guilt, it is easier to control. Shruti and Smriti. Then both of us can live happily without fear. Like this, few basic things are assumed and come into being. Slowly, by and by, they become rules. They become morality. The problem is that as long as you understand the root of the moral rules, you will neither behave immorally nor will you get disturbed by them. When you don't understand the rules, once the rules are just spoon feed, when they become a set of forced rules, are just spoon fed, when they become a set of forced rules, then not only will you try to escape from the rules, but you will also create a deep guilt in you with regard to them. When anything is forced rule, you always try to get around it. For example, you always speed when you don't see a cop. Take children as an example. When you tell them not to do something, they will be most tempted to do it. As long as you don't mention anything about doing it or not doing it, they may not even be bothered about it. But the moment you tell them not to do it, they will be looking to do it. Actually, there is a taste, a thrill in doing what you are not supposed to do. A small story. Once a man became addicted to smoking. He came to me asking for help. Please help me to quit smoking. I don't know how I became addicted. Please help. I asked him, how did you start? He replied, I never wanted to smoke. In fact, I hated the smell. One day, my friend and I were talking in the street corner. My friend was smoking. My father saw from a distance and thought I was also smoking. When I went home, he started yelling at me. I tried my best to explain to him that I was not smoking, but he was not ready to listen to me. Then I thought, anyhow, he's already thinking that I am smoking. I smoke. He is not willing to believe me. Then why not I smoke? That is why I started smoking. Most of the time, you develop an instant taste for something if you are asked not to do it. You feel a kind of joy or satisfaction by doing it. Teenagers also do the same thing. So now a small story about how to get caught up in superstitions. An economic forecaster was known to have a horseshoe prominently displayed above the door frame of his office. One of his colleagues saw this and one day and asked him why it was there. The forecaster replied, it is a good luck charm that helps in my forecast. The colleague was surprised and asked, but do you really believe in this superstition? The forecaster replied, of course not. The colleague was confused. He then asked, then why do you keep it? Well, said the forecaster, it works whether you believe it or not. Just see how strongly influential superstitions can get. It virtually destroys the intelligence in us. This is how we start making up rituals and following them with no clue about the truth behind them. We give in to a set of blind rules in our lives and fight with them as well. Another small story. One great Pandit, a learned man, wanted to take a bath in the sacred river Ganga. He had Kamandalu, a small water pot, with him. He wanted to keep it in a safe place where no one would pick it up. He looked around but found nobody trustworthy to have hold the kamandalu while he went to take the bath. So he then made a small pit in the banks of the Ganga, put his kamandalu in the pit and covered it with sand. To mark the spot, he put a heap of sand on top of the pit. He then went to take the bath. There was a farmer who watched the Pandit from the small distance. He thought to himself, oh, before taking the bath in the Ganga, one should make a small sand heap. He proceeded straight to the banks of the river, made a sand heap next to the Pandit, and went in for bath. Another man who was going to have a bath saw the farmer doing this and thought, oh, it seems like a tradition to make a sand heap before taking a bath in the river Ganga. So he too made a small sand heap and went in for a bath. By and by, all the people started making heaps before taking the bath in the Ganga. The Pandit finished his bath and came out of the river. And when he came out, he saw hundreds of sand heaps all over the Ganga bank. He was shocked. Not only that, now he had a big problem. Where is his kamandalu? Which heap was his under? Was it under? He started searching. He started to destroy the sand heaps to look under them. Suddenly the farmer came and shouted, why are you destroying our Shivalingas, symbol of Lord Shiva? Why are you destroying them? You are a Pandit. You should have some sense. Don't you know that you are supposed to make Shivalinga before taking your bath? And not only that, you are disturbing our Shivalingas. Don't you have sense? The Pandit was shocked at the farmer's words and knew instantly what had happened. A heap of sand naturally looks like a Shivalinga. The Pandit thought, what I did to save my kamandalu has become Shiva ritual now. I seem to have started a ritual. Of course, the Pandit had to leave without his kamandalu. If you look into your life, there are so many sand heaps that have entered into the same way. There are so many speed breakers and so many obstacles that have entered your life without your understanding. In the course of time, many regulations that had meaning earlier because rules without any meaning now. In India, during the times before electricity, clothes would not be sewn after sunset since sewing was done by hand with a needle and the tailors had only dim lanterns with which to do their work. Naturally, in the night time, in the dim light of the candle or lantern, it would be a strain to sew. Therefore, the work was always confined to daylight hours. But even now in India, the elderly people in the house will say it is not a good thing to sew after dusk. So the very reason for not sewing at night doesn't even exist anymore. Electricity and bright lights are there, but it has become a ritual for them without any connection to its original purpose. When you do not have or are not given the right to right understanding, things become rules, dead rules in your life. When you have understanding, any rule can become a technique to live life happily. Rules and rituals are actually techniques for your own enlightenment. When I say enlightenment, I mean a blissful life full of clarity. Of course, when pursued deeply, it will lead you to ultimate enlightenment. When you are given the right understanding, you will understand that any rule was created just for you and others around you to live a happy and blissful life. When the spirit of the rules are understood, there won't be any problem falling in line with it. and the juice will be there in your action or commitment to it. But if the spirit is messed, everything is messed. It becomes like a setting out with the wrong foot. Take meditation, for example. Meditation itself is done to go inwards, irrespective of the outer world scenes. I've seen some people before starting their meditation routine, they will create so much noise in the house. They'll go around and telling everyone to keep quiet. They'll practically take the whole house to task just for going about its normal routine when they are going to meditate. If they understand the spirit behind meditation, they would not be doing this. Only when the spirit is missed, things become dead rituals. They miss and mess. What did you understand so far? Can you post it in the chat? Generally, when you don't understand the root of morality, you start living in a dull and dead way with guilt. According to me, any rule, when internalized, will create guilt in you. This is because by your very nature, you are a person who aspires for freedom. It is called Swabhava Swatantra. Swatantra is freedom. Swabhava is the nature. By nature, you are a free bird. Free by very nature. This means your nature itself is freedom. You are Nitya Mukta, eternally free person. You are by nature eternally free. You never want to be caged. You never want to be slave of any rule. Now, let's listen from Swamiji, the more cognitions about guilt and how it controls our life and the quality of our life.
I will enter into the session. We are still working on third layer. Still we have not done the meditations. We have done only one process. Few more insights into guilt. Understand, a person who is carrying guilt can never be moral. Please understand. You always have a wrong idea. Person who carries guilt only will be very moral. No. Person who carries guilt is like a strong samskara. He will be doing the same mistake again and again. Not only that, he cannot be integrated. Only an integrated person's morality is morality. Person who is carrying so much guilt, his morality will be, even if he has, it will be only skin deep. As long as he sees the police, he will be moral. He knows that police is out of police eyes. He will do whatever he wants. I have seen in USA. The moment they see that there is no car with petrol in the highways road, they will press the accelerator. It's actually a kind of a temptation. Do something when you are not going to be caught. Person who does not have guilt, he will be integrated. He will have an authentic morality. Understand? It is good and it is needed to know the country's constitution. You have to respect the country's constitution as long as you are inside that country, inside that boundary. The moment you land in this country, from that moment you are bound by the constitution of this country. Any country you like. So constitution of the country is important to live the life. But if you understand the cosmic constitution, as I was telling yesterday, you will be able to live in any country, anywhere without feeling suffocated, without feeling disturbed. You will have unique your own morality. See, all morality is based on non-violence, non-interference. These are the basic things. You will be authentically moral only when you are integrated, when you are centered, when you are fulfilled. I have seen how people suffer physically, mentally and morally with guilt. Actually, a deep guilt will take away the respect which you have for yourself. And the moment you don't have respect for you, you will start thinking, I am this kind of person, let me do whatever I want, what is there. It gives you like a license. Whenever I speak about this morality or guilt, people think, no, Swamiji, only with guilt we will be moral. No, you will never be. Authentic morality will happen only when you are out of guilt. How people came out of addiction when the guilt is taken out. That's a very beautiful story. Somebody goes to Ramakrishna and asks, Master, I am not able to give up this smoking and drinking. Ramakrishna says, from today I protect you, don't have guilt, drink as much as you want, smoke as much as you want. It's very funny. And Ramakrishna says, do only one thing. Before drinking or smoking, offer the drink to Kali, offer your body to Kali and drink. Very funny incident. After 1 week, the guy comes back and says, Master, I am not able to smoke or drink anymore. Ramakrishna asks, what happened? He says, the moment I offered my body to Kali, I don't feel like putting alcohol into this body. Now it has become a puja vigraha. And I feel uncomfortable. I feel suffocated if I smoke. So naturally, it dropped. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, it's not because of your bhakti or anything. Whenever you drop guilt, that habit loses its power over you. The habit holds power over you as long as you carry guilt. See, we take class meditation programs in many prisons. In Madurai, in Salem, in USA also. Many prisons we take classes, meditation programs. This ASP and NSP, both programs we give. I have seen, after relieving this guilt, those beings, those prisoners, inmates, they become so integrated, they start planning to live an authentic moral life. I have seen at least 100 people, when they come out, they live an authentic moral life. See, problem is, prisons have become almost like a crime training centers. This fellow goes inside prison doing small mistake, but there he sees a big criminals, and he gets confidence, courage, and business technique. See, what else the poor guys will talk from morning to night? They don't go, they are not going to sit and talk how to meditate and become enlightened. Naturally, they will talk only what they know. So they will talk only what did you do and what did you do, and it becomes a prestige. See, in a spiritual community, a person who meditates more or knows more meditation technique, he becomes hero. Among the community of thieves, who will become hero? A big thief will become hero. And these guys learn all techniques and they get courage also. I have spent my time and taking classes with thousands of prisoners. When the guilt is removed, they become authentic human beings. Not only that, the power of the activity, the samskara over your being is completely taken away. If you want to continue smoking, have a deep guilt about smoking, you will never be able to miss. You will never forget. If you remove the guilt about smoking, suddenly you will see it's a simple decision whether to have it or drop it. Guilt creates a deep engram in you, which leads to more and more immorality, addiction, difficulties and problems. According to me, guilt is the worst poison. If you want to spoil somebody, if you want to punish your enemy, just see that he gets into some guilt, that's all. He is done. It's like fighting with himself. So, understand these few insights. Now, whatever you relived yesterday, try to pen down. You will see the same paper, same booklet in which you wrote your desires. Pen down the guilt, because we are going to analyze how this guilt and desire is connected. You will see so many insights will be revealed to you when you understand how these two are connected. Understand, guilt is like a knot, energy knot. If there is a blood clot, you will not have a free blood flow. Same way, if there is a guilt, you will not have a free energy flow. Guilt is a very powerful energy clot, energy knot. Now the meditation technique we are going to do will straight away shake your mental layer. Mental layer is the space where you store guilt. As I was telling you, if you just accept you completely as you are, suddenly you will see you don't need to think at all. All your thinking is not accepting you as you are. Just try now. Accept you completely as you are in the outer world and the inner world. No guilt, nothing needs to be done. Suddenly you don't need mind. There is no job for the mind. Mind exists only because of the tension, guilt. That is the source of mind. Now, We'll try to drop the mind. We'll try to shake that inner chattering. Naturally, you will see all the guilt will drop. That's a beautiful example in Gita. Sutre Maniganayira. Krishna says, I am the thread connecting all the beads. Inner chattering is the thread connecting all your guilt. Let's cut the thread. Then naturally, all the beads will fall apart. They will all disappear. It's a very powerful meditation technique. 42 minutes intensely hum. Humming for 2 cycles will completely shake your inner chattering. Only thing, do not stop at between. Not like see that the humming becomes so intense, there should not be any words moving inside you. There should not be any inner chattering. There should not be any words inside you. Try within 10 minutes you will fall in tune. Only first 10 minutes you will have thoughts and humming, thoughts and humming, thoughts and humming. In 10 minutes you will see, you fall in tune. Next 30 minutes, completely your inner chattering will have healing or a cleaning process. Please sit straight. I'll guide you. If you are heart patient or patient with blood pressure, please don't do it very mildly, a simple humming. Others do intensely. Yes, Vajrasana. Vajrasana for whole 40 minutes. If you really can't, then sit in ordinary way. If you can, try Vajrasana. It will really help you to awaken the Kundalini Shakti or the energy. Please close your eyes. Sit straight.
Now, some more cognitions. Guilt is the root of greed. Guilt is the reason for greed also. It works like this. When you are habituated to feel guilty for most of your expressions or actions, you stay away from freely expressing yourself and doing things. Although this may save you from falling into guilt, you unconsciously develop a greed for a real life. Over many years, the suppression causes greed to build up in you. If you have the intensity to break free from your guilt and express yourself, then you are liberated. But most often, you won't even have the clarity that it is the guilt that is causing you the struggle within you. You will simply fall into depression because you can't pursue the goals of your greed. When greed arises in small doses and you are taught to deal with it with awareness, fulfilling the greed consciously can be a joyful experience. But what happens? When greed arises, society starts labeling it and condemning it. You start feeling guilty about all your desires. You start suppressing. Then the problem starts. The suppressed greed either becomes depression or any other aggressive expression. You are designed to move like a freely flowing river. Guilt is like a rocks in the path of the water. They have been placed in you by society. A flowing river looks so happy, isn't it? Society has branded happiness itself as a sin. That's a problem. That's why you will notice when everything is going smoothly and happily, there will be a lurking feeling of guilt in you. We are taught by society that being happy and enjoying life is not our natural state. So we feel guilty. But when I feel sad and depressed, do we ever feel guilty? No. It's because you are taught very strongly that life is meant to be suffered and endured. What with happiness only being allowed once in a while. This is also why people can't stand it when you are happy and smiling all the time. They try their best to bring you back to so called reality by instilling guilt in you. When you are enjoying dancing and relaxing at the beach, for example, suddenly what happens? Guilt will start rising in you about all the work that you have kept pending, about responsibilities you have put aside. This is wrong. Work while you work, play while you play. That's all. When you are enjoying dancing and relaxing at the beach, for example, okay, this is like that. Even when you are around me, if I give you a little too much attention, you start feeling guilty, isn't it? There is no need to feel this way. Guilt has no basis and it simply destroys our whole life. If you can live without guilt, you will enjoy every moment and you will have no regrets in life. As long as you flow like a river, You will express extraordinary intelligence in your life. You will live with an energy that is overflowing every minute. The moment you allow guilt in you, you create energy clots inside your being, especially the older the culture, the more guilt is there. We always feel proud of our ancient culture. If you are able to keep the idea behind the culture alive, it is all right. But most often, the older and roots of your culture, the more trouble for you, because the more misconstrued and misinterpreted they will be. The moment you become angry with the person who created guilt in you, you come out of the guilt. If you created guilt based on somebody's opinion of something, the guilt is basically because of the respect that you have for that person. If you did not have a respect for that person, it would have caused such a deep guilt in you. But the moment you become angry, naturally the respect is lost. So when the respect is lost, the guilt also disappears. You understand that you have been exploited and hence disturbed. So I started talking to him. Why don't you obey your mom? She even made me obey her just now. The boy asked. She herself is not happy. If I follow her words, where will I end up? I will also end up in the same way as her. Why are you asking me to obey her? Why are you asking me to listen to her? I was shocked. He made good sense. Somehow I managed to convince him. I think the next generation kids might even sue their mother for or father if they fall into depression. There are three kinds of guilts. There are guilt created by your immediate family, Guilt created by social laws, guilt created by yourself. These are the three major kinds of guilt that kill your intelligence. The mental layer, three kinds of guilt are the mental layer, which is related to thoughts, is specifically associated with feeling of guilt. Guilt is nothing but your past decisions and actions being reviewed with your updated intelligence. For example, when you were in school, you might have said a few mean words to one of your friends, which caused a relationship to break. Now, this many years later, with the kind of intelligence that you have presently, is it right to review that incident and feel guilty? No. At that time, you had only that much intelligence, and so you behaved in that fashion. Now, you have updated intelligence, but you can't review the past like that with your present intelligence. Before age 7, guilt is created by your immediate family. Rules are imposed by family because they cannot logically answer and make you understand issues. Whatever you are understanding, please pen them down. Yes. Now, the third guilt is the worst, that which you create for yourself. When you internalize that guilt based upon your greed and fear, you create new types of guilt for yourself. If you analyze the situation, whenever you are stuck, these three kinds of guilt will be there in you. Now, write down all the guilt that you go through in these three categories. Make an exercise, the three types of guilt that you go through in your. Now, we are going to do meditation also. So, please write down the guilts that you go through in these three categories. Is internalize the guilts that you carry in these three categories. All of you, please write down the guilts, the different types of guilts that you carry, the 3 types of guilts that we carry. Please do an exercise. So we will work on further. Please continue to write all your guilts in the 3 categories. In the chat, Andre is asking, pen down. No, you can pen down in the notebook, in your notebook. Here, your understanding you can pen down, which is useful for everyone. You understand the powerful cognition that you are learning today, that you pen down in the chat. But your own personal skills, you write it on a piece of paper, a notebook, so that the next upcoming process, more understanding, will help you to get the clarity, to come out of that guilt. Understand? Yeah. What clicks you got? What is the understanding that you're getting from these sessions? You can post this in the chat. Like how you posted, all sins will be punished after death, but guilt will punish you immediately in this life, when you are alive. See, like this is a powerful click. So each one of us carry a different guilts, right? Each one of us carry certain cognitions based on guilts. You write on that. So we will understand, we'll bring to our own notice, our own understand, our own awareness. When you write down, they're already there, but they come to our understanding, our awareness. Oh, some don't think that we know what we go through. We don't know. Sometimes we go through, but we are completely unaware of those. When you write down that, they will come to your notice, your awareness. Awareness is the key to drop many things, to get out of that feeling, the first step. And do you understand? Yes. So sincerely do it. For so many hours, you have been working on this topic. So such an important topic, isn't it? Past 2 or 3 hours, we were working on this. Learning, many understanding and different aspects. So now it's time to internalize. So write down for a few more minutes. Sincerely do it. So his cognition, one more cognition he posted, the guilt created by family and the guilt created by the society are imposed guilt. They are like a crown that is passed on from one generation to the another. The guilt created by you is the worst. It is the one which you create for yourself. Wonderful, wonderful. Good understanding, listening. Yes, please complete. Sincerely pen them down. Alvarado Torres. Thank you, Ma, for helping us realize releasing our guilt. Yes. Thank you, Swamiji. Yes. If, of course, all topics are important, all emotions are important, but guilt is such an emotion which makes our quality of life miserable, suffering. Just few more minutes, please pen them down sincerely. Are you all done? If you're done, please post it done. So link call says very, very good this Paramashivoham. Yes, wonderful. We understand about ourselves. We understand about how our emotions are controlling our life, how to get out of them. So the quality of life changes tremendously. Attend as many times as possible, and you will see each time there's so much to learn, so much to understand, so much to imbibe, so much to implement and experience our divine self. So much depth in these teachings. Swamiji says, at least you have to attend few times to get even to the basics. Yes, now let's continue. Done. Thank you all for confirming. Now let's continue our session. We're also going to learn about Vishesha Diksha. Today, all of you confirmed that. Wonderful. So very sincere. Thank you all. I appreciate that you're all doing. Sincerely doing the exercise. Now, acceptance, the beautiful way out. Acceptance is a wonderful tool to fall into the present moment. To relieve yourself of the pull and push of the past and future. The first thing is to accept all the happenings of the outer world and accept all the happenings of the inner world. Whatever problems you have in the outer world and whatever problems you have in the inner world, just accept them in their entirely. Summarize all that you experience and label as problems and accept them. Just try this small experiment. Just relax for 3 days with complete acceptance. If you relax for 3 days without the pull and push of the inner and outer worlds, are you going to lose all your wealth? Surely not. So there is no problem. In 3 days, you are not going to lose anything. Why don't you just give it a try. Just for 3 days, sincerely, utterly accept everything in your life 100%. If you're not able to accept 100%, then accept that you are not able to accept 100%. Even the acceptance of I am not able to accept myself in the inner world and outer world will make you drop from the pull and push between past and future. The moment you understand I am unable to free myself from the pull and push, I am not able to accept my reality, that very understanding will start doing its job. The moment you accept something, you will simply fall into the present moment. The moment you fall into the present moment, the time shaft will become a servant for you. When there is no past and future, you are in the present moment with awareness. That is called the time shaft. As long as you are below the time shaft, it will rule. You are under time shaft means what? Past or future. You're going to thinking about past or worrying about future, you are in the time shaft. You will be pulled and pushed by the time shaft. The moment your consciousness is raised to the present moment, you will see that you are penetrating the time shaft. When you penetrate the time shaft, the future is also clearly known to you. The past is also clearly known to you. The tremendous realization comes to you that the time shaft is only your projection. Try this experiment just for 3 days. If you can fall into the present moment, relaxing from the outer world and the inner world things, in 3 days you will have a glimpse. What is life? What does it mean to live in the present moment? If this happens to you, you will experience such an ecstasy, such a different space, such a different life that you have never experienced before. Are you all going to do this experiment? Accept everything for next 3 days. Are you ready for it? Post your comments. Yes. Just for 3 days. Don't try to alter anybody in the outer world. Don't try to criticize anyone. Just don't try to alter. Don't crib. You have lived based on your philosophy for the last 30 years. Whatever age you have, your philosophy you implemented. But what is the result? Give me just one simple 3 trial period. This is what Swamiji is saying. You will see that when you experiment with such great techniques, they will work miracles in your being. They start a great alchemy process in your being. If you are not able to be sincere, accept that you are not able to be sincere. Even that sincerity is enough. You will start seeing a different space in you. That different space is what I call Nithya, eternity. Wow. I will do it, Alvarado, Pandri, Jayanti, Kalyana. Wonderful, all of you. Thank you for sincerely accepting this. Right. So many women face guilt of killing a life when they go through an abortion. Please understand that when they decided to abort the pregnancy, their intelligence was only at that level. If their intelligence gets updated soon, it is not their mistake. Once the guy came to me complaining, I am suffering. I have 14 children. I asked him why you chose to have so many children. He replied, why God gave me. The problem is we do all that we want to do in the name of God. We use Him as our dustbin. We do all the possible nonsense and place the responsibility on Him. So it is also with the guilt related to extramarital affairs. Be very clear that extramarital affairs show disrespect to another being. You have no right to disrespect. Will you let the other person do it too? What is the meaning of the relationship then? Man is centered on Mooladhara Chakra, lust energy center, and woman is centered on the Swadhisthana Chakra, the fear energy center. That is why man gives in to lust easily and woman gives in to fear easily. During the traditional marriage ceremony, in front of a sacred fire, the man promises to woman, considered to be a representation of God, I shall give you security to release you from insecurity. The woman promises to the man, I shall give you a love and free you from lust. Both of them decide to liberate the other from their weaknesses. But what happens when the ceremony is over? You start playing on the weakness of the other person. Knowing the other person's weakness should make you compassionate towards that person. Instead, man exploits the woman's fear and the woman exploits the man's lust in cunning ways. A mature person cannot disrespect another person as if they are a commodity. If you see your wife as a commodity, you will continue to play your game with her. If you see your wife as a being, you will realize how much she has contributed to your life. You will never think of extramarital affairs. It is disrespect to your own body and inner space too. So understand that all guilt is foolishness. Why do you feel guilty? Stephanie Daitis, I accept for 3 days too. Wonderful, ma. And then you have to get back to me 3 days later. What was the result of your experiment? Sincerely do it and come back with great breakthroughs. Okay? So understand that all guilt is foolishness. Why do you feel guilty? Because we feel we have done something wrong. But in truth, there's nothing called right and wrong. In existence, the basic law is Mangalatva, such a beautiful word. Mangalatva means everything that happens is auspiciousness. Good or bad cannot be defined. It cannot be decided with your logic. Your logical ideas of good or bad are limited only to what you know as life and limited to the people directly around you. But life is not just limited to you and the people who are around you. If you look a little deeply, you will experience that life is beyond your logical comprehension and your logical understanding. In Sanskrit, we have a word called Shiva. The word means auspiciousness. You may think that the activity of Shiva is destruction. According to Hindu mythology, in the Vedic tradition, the word Shiva means auspiciousness, causeless auspiciousness, or energy. That is the exact translation of the word Shiva. Of course, the works of Shiva is destruction of what? But it's not destruction as we know. In Sanskrit, there's a beautiful appreciation for the process of destruction. Actually, it is not destroying, it's creating the space for new things to happen. That is the work of Shiva does. Understand that you can see a destruction or destruction as destruction, or creating a space for new things to happen. If the person who feels that whole life is auspicious or mangalatva, he is enlightened, he is liberated. He does not have fear, he does not have difficulties, he does not have problems, he doesn't not need any help. The very understanding that whatever happens is auspicious is enough for him. He has solved his life. Spiritual type, whatever happens is auspicious, is spiritual type. Materialistic type is who feels whatever is happening, there is always something lacking and needing some adjustment. A small story. A preacher gave a long and a very inspiring talk about charity. Then he sent his hat around for a collection. His hat went around to the entire group and came back empty. The preacher simply took his hat back and said, "Thank you, God, at least my hat came back." Be very clear that you can make anything auspicious when you're really in tune with the all-pervading auspiciousness. You will understand that whatever is happening is auspiciousness. The best thing possible is happening every moment. Whereas if you trust your logic, you will always be complaining. If you trust the cosmic intelligence, the cosmic logic, you will always be relaxing and appreciating. You can feel the cosmos as either order or chaos. It is your freedom, your choice. You can feel it as being a beautiful order. Just look around. Do you see any traffic light in the cosmos? No. All the planets are moving so beautifully. Digestion is happening in your body so beautifully. That is also part of the cosmic activity, is it not? Are you making an effort for the bread that you eat get converted into blood? No. It happens in spite of you. Even if you sit and vegetate after every meal, digestion happens, doesn't it? That is what I mean. On the other hand, you can also say there is so much chaos, so much fighting in every home, so much trouble in every house. The word is in chaos. You can look at this angle or that angle. It is your freedom. Whatever is happening is auspicious. In all our lives, at least once or twice, we must have experienced this. Just look back in the moments when you took a major positive decision in your life. In those moments, you would have had such a confidence and courage. At some point in time, you would have surrendered either out of joy or high energy, a decision that nothing better or nothing greater can happen in your life. You would have thought that whatever is happening is auspicious. So carry this understanding with you in your life. Guilt is baseless. Live out of your understanding of life, not rules. Everything happening in life will then be auspicious. Existence wants you to be your true self every moment, which is eternal and pure bliss, Nithya Ananda. Now we will be doing the meditation. Whatever guilts you have written, we are going to reliving to relieve. Reliving is relieving. The best way to relieve yourself of guilt is to relive it. Write it all down, which you already done. Relive and relieve. Do not console yourself as your guilt surfaces on one incident after the other. Sit in a meditative mood and relive all the wounds that you are carrying. Close your eyes and enter into the guilt. Relive each guilt one by one. Relieve by writing them out. Write it out in as detailed way as you can. Husband and wife, relatives, please sit separately. If you have finished writing, I hope you have finished writing. If not, then no problem. Take your time and write down everything. There's no need to hurry. Go deep inside and write slowly. Now let's enter into the meditation. Now, let me explain the meditation technique clearly. First, slowly, very slowly and consciously feel that your head is being pressed inside your heart. This is a very different meditation. Please do it sincerely. Your head slowly, very slowly and consciously feel that your head is being pressed inside your heart. Then clearly visualize that your head has gone into your heart region. Your head has gone into your heart region. Visualize that you are seeing through your heart. You are also breathing through the heart. Then clearly visualize that your head has gone into your heart region. Visualize that you are seeing through the heart. You are also breathing through the heart. You're relating with the entire world through the heart. The head is not there. There is just empty space above the neck. Just trust that this is true. Until all of you to lose your head, you have to go on with the meditation. First, you will be in the sitting posture where you will lose the head. Then you will know how to breathe without head, how to see without head, how to smell without the head. These are all very simple actions. Next, you should learn how to move your hands without the head, how to move your body without your head. Finally, you will end up with a peak moment, maybe running or dancing. All your movements will be done without the idea or without the remembrance of the head. Tie your eyes, close your eyes and tie your eyes bands. You will need little space for movement. Take slow and deep breaths. Just for a few minutes. Along with it, feel that your head is being passed onto your heart, into the chest region. Become totally headless. You have no head now. You are headless. Your head is being passed onto your heart, into your chest region. Become totally headless. You have no head now. You are headless. Feel that you are breathing from the heart. Feel that you are seeing through the heart. Feel that you are smelling through the heart. Feel very clearly that you are breathing through the heart. Listen to everything around you through the heart. Listen to this music that is being played through the heart, not through the head. Listen through the heart. See through the heart. Feel through the heart. Listen to everything around you through the heart. Listen to this music that is being played through the heart, not through the head. Listen through the heart. See through the heart. Feel through the heart. Stand up, stand in one place. There is no need to walk. Now, increase the speed slowly. Stand up. Remember to move from the heart, not from the head. Forget your head. Your headless being moving. Continue to move with your heart. You are a headless being moving. You are a headless being moving. Move from the heart, not from the head. Forget your head. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Slowly, very slowly, you may open your eyes. Do not talk to another. Maintain silence. We are going to enter into today you're going to receive one of the powerful initiation, Vishesha Diksha, which is a Shiva Diksha level 2. We're going to explain what is Vishesha Diksha. Get ready to receive the Vishesha Diksha. Yes, now let's understand what is Atma Linga. The blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's understand what is Atma Linga. Atma Linga is the cosmos is ultimately formless. But to give you a form, of the universe, it is the linga. The formless consciousness coming into the form is the Shivalinga. Atmalinga is the program to radiate the cosmic DNA, the supreme consciousness. Atmalinga is specially energized to keep your Kundalini energy high and to make the enlightenment happen in you. Atmalinga is an embodiment of Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti, Devi, and Guru. The Spatika Linga, Spatika is a crystal, pure crystal, represents the pure consciousness of Paramashiva. The Sri Chakra carved on top of the Atmalinga represents the Parashakti Devi. On top of it, there is one point, that Bindu, the center point. The point is called Bindu, that represents the Guru. All three are in one Atmalinga. Atmalinga embodies oneness. Atmalinga does not need any rule, no lifestyle change, no prerequisite, no ritual. It is a pure gift to you, representing you have been initiated into oneness. If some of you want to take initiation into worshipping this deity, this daily, every day, then you should take Vishesha Diksha. In Hindu tradition, there is a concept called of having your own deity, my own version of Paramashiva. Atmalinga means he is just my version. Nobody else is allowed. This is the beauty of Hinduism. You can have your own version of Paramashiva through this Atmalinga. When you go to temple, you can't feel he is your own. The Archavatara, the temple deity, is for all. You can have your own deity with whom you talk whole day and night. How many of you had that habit of talking to Swamiji's photograph? Atmalinga and initiated into Leela Dhyana. Bhagavata acknowledges this process as a very powerful spiritual practice, that having your own version of the Guru and our God and relating is a very powerful process. It is called Leela Dhyana, literally living with him. With Atmalinga, your feeling connection with Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti, Guru is kept alive. When the Bhakti is alive, you are showered with miracles continuously. Miracles continuously. Now let's listen.
This heat is a straight proof, because that is the way the Kundalini will flower into your body. That sweating gets the toxins out. It is kicking the toxins out. It is from inside cleaning up. The chills or hot flash, all that are symptoms of Kundalini. Any of you feel the hot flash? That is also a Kundalini. And the light ulla poradhum Kundalini thanga. அதாவது அந்த லிங்கமும் உங்க உடம்பும் வேற வேற இல்லைன்ற உணர்வு வந்துடும். How many of you felt that linga itself is going inside? It is usual because that linga, you are not separate. See, that linga may give, it has to be connected to you. Only then it will be Atma Linga. That is why the person has to come and actually during the third eye initiation you will be made to see my eyes only.
Swamiji, why specifically Spatika?
You see, Spatika is, this is the frozen ice for hundreds of years, and the carbon gets mixed into it. It imbibes the quality of stone, and it retains the cold and purity of the ice. It's one of the most powerful stone which can be energized, programmed, which will stay for quite a long time. Quite a long time the energy will stay. For example, if I install a Spatika Linga, maybe for 2000 years it will radiate energy. Anything gets heated up will lose energy. This never gets heated up. A Spatika Linga can never get heated up to the core. If it gets, it will break. Then you know it cannot be worshipped. So if there is a Spatika Linga installed by an enlightened master, if it is intact, you can be 100% sure it is still energized, still holding energy.
Thank you.
And even the Kadka Pudima, Haritaki powder, even that has a quality. If you program it or energize it, it will stay for quite a long time. Srirangam Ranganatha is made of that Kadka Pudi only, Haritaki powder only. Ranganatha deity is Kadka Pudi only.
When did Shivoham process start?
Oh, when Mahadeva first initiated Devi, see the center god is Mahadeva, the left side she is first disciple and spouse. She was initiated by Mahadeva, that is the first time the Shivoham process started.
Swamiji, able to read little bit, but not consistent. Whenever I'm able to connect with you, I'm confident the words coming properly.
See, I'm telling you.
But the connection is dropping. How to?
That is what, you see, you decide. If you read successful, the glory goes to whom?
You.
If you don't, if it is failure, the blame goes to whom? Me only. No, for both me only. No, don't worry. Put both on me, because I am claiming I'll make you read.
Yes.
You understand? You see, no, you take this logic. He is claiming and he blessed me. He asked me, I can do. And he asked me only one commitment to support with my will, which I am doing. So I am dedicating the glory, everything to him. Let him do. Let it work like his third eye. Surrender. The moment you tell that the connection will be re-established, you will be able to see.
Okay, I try again. Okay.
Because only when your fear and greed comes in, again the Kundalini is back to your Muladhara.
Okay.
When your fear and greed is dropped, let him do.
But the mind is like going everywhere, like it's not able to connect properly.
Now you just do this decision to drop.
Okay.
Why is the Atmalinga shaped like this?
Because that is the shape. The Upanishads say your soul, consciousness is inside your body. In this region, just below the heart, above the navel, in this region, the shape of the thumb, the consciousness exists in your body. Upanishad says that is why the linga is made in that shape.
There's a beautiful pramana for the Atmalinga. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, this is from Sri Tripura Rahasya. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, to him who with the devotion worships the properly in a linga, I will grant a dwelling in my abode, which is unattainable by others. He who worship me in the king of the yantras, Sri Chakras, inscribed on the linga, will attain to crores and crores of benefit of worshipping a Sri Chakra. So beings who have received the Atmalinga directly are Sri Adi Shankaracharya, Sri Trignyana Sambandha Swamigal, Sri Kamakshi Ambal, Sri Akhilandeshwari Ambal, Vinayakar, and all of us disciples of Swamiji. You can understand the significance of the Atmalinga. This is how it looks. Always carry the Atmalinga with you. Best if you can wear it on your body. You can make a chain on a bag and you have the Atmalinga in it. Yes. I'll play this. First, we'll understand the Vishesha Diksha. Then, based on the time availability, before darshan, we will watch. This is Shiva Diksha, level 2. What is Vishesha Diksha? Vishesha Diksha is the second level initiation that bestows the right to offer prayer and gratitude through personal puja to Guru, through Guru Paduka and Paramashiva. Whatever you share with Paramashiva during the puja every day, he listens to you and he has to listen to you, and I am responsible for it. It is like you are empowered to do everyday worship. Vishesha Diksha is giving you a super consciousness breakthrough where the Guru removes the old age from the disciple and replaces it with the Shiva Atma, the Paramashiva's consciousness. Vishesha Diksha is initiating you into power manifestation and opening the doors of Kailasa for you. Vishesha Diksha gives you an experience of Kailasa. Spatika is nothing but the space of Kailasa. It's just made into physical matter and given to you as Atma Linga. Why to take this Diksha? To live a stress-free life, power manifesting life, having direct access to Kailasa, personal connection with Paramashiva. Vishesha Diksha is the best. Receiving the Atmalinga and doing the puja every day is literally awakening your consciousness, connecting yourself with Paramashiva. Every day, connecting with Paramashiva in such an ultimate. Puja is the time-tested, foolproof, ultimate, stress-busted methodology. Vishesh Diksha and everyday puja gives you life of bliss, ecstasy, powerfulness, and the life of oneness, the fifth one is, and the ultimately Paramashivoham. So to live a stress-free life, life of bliss, ecstasy, powerfulness, and the life of oneness, and the ultimately Paramashivoham. Importance of Vishesha Diksha. It directly opens your personal connection with Paramashiva and Kailasa space. You are initiated into all the power manifestation signs. You have personal intimate version of Paramashiva Atmalinga for yourself. Unimaginable benefits, health, spiritual, everything starts with Vishesha Diksha. Performing Nitya Puja after receiving Vishesha Diksha is such a personal, direct enlightenment process. It will make you manifest ultimate powers. Nitya Puja cleanses your whole system, detox your whole body, and gives you consciousness, makes you, your consciousness opens up in your system. Swamiji started giving Vishesha Diksha from 2015 onwards. The very ritualistic way during the Homa, the Guru removes all your karmas and put it in the fire, purify your inner space, and with that purified inner space, he mixes with Paramashiva's inner space from his Anandagandha and he replaces it with you. That's the sacred spiritual process. And you can we'll listen to this. First, lifestyle after Vishesha Diksha, you should not, receiver will perform everyday puja to the Atmalinga and Guru Puja and should not partake any non-vegetarian food. If you are taking this, if you are eating non-veg, please do not take this Diksha unless you decided to quit now. No eggs, no mushroom, no meat. Receiver shall not engage in any activities of himsa, no violence. So main thing you need to understand, no non-vegetarian food, including eggs, when you're taking this diksha. And puja videos are many. You can put that videos and do it. Maintain vegetarian diet. No animal meat, no fish, no egg, no mushroom. Allowed to have vegetarian food. No restrictions on onion, garlic, dairy products in hours. No specific mention on smoking, drinking, but Vishesh Diksha, so no restrictions on that. Vishisha Diksha do's and don'ts. The initiated disciple should not abuse Lord Paramashiva, the source of the cosmos. He should not abuse the sastras, meaning revealed by him. The scriptures reveal teachings of Paramashiva. Should not abuse. He should not abuse the guru, the acharya, and Shiva sadhakas, the co-seekers. He should not abuse. He should not abuse the guru. He should not cross the shadow of Shivalinga. He should not eat non-vegetarian food, and he should not eat the food offered to Chandikeshwara. It's applicable to Adinams. Exemption given by Paramashiva are for those children who are initiated into Yajnopavita and below the age 16. They're exempted. They can take the Diksha, but they don't need to do puja. For ignorant, for old people, for women, for kings and sick. These needs to be initiated, to be followed as much as possible. Now I'm going to post the link. You all of you fill up this form to receive the Vishesha Diksha. If you're planning to continue to eat non-vegetarian food, do not take this Diksha. If you're planning to eat non-vegetarian food, do not take this Diksha. Please fill up this form to receive the Diksha.
giving you superconscious breakthrough. The action now I am supposed to perform. I do not know whether the Acharyas read out Somasambhu Paddhati to you. The action I am supposed to perform now on them is taking their old life out and dumping it and putting the Shivatma, means Shiva's consciousness, from my Anandagandha and putting it in them. Read out the whole thing, then they will understand why Vishesha Diksha. Unfortunately, people think Vishesha Diksha means vegetarianism, that's all. No. Shaivam is not just Shaiva meal, Shaiva life. It is initiations you receive and few minutes every day you spend to bring yourself to the oneness. Puja is nothing but bringing you to oneness. For example, I give you my personal cell phone number and tell you, every day and one particular time if you call me, you can talk to me directly. Are you going to take that as a load work? Oh, every day I have to call. Or are you going to feel, wow, I have a direct access to him. Every day I can, few minutes, I have a direct access to him. What are you going to feel? Puja is giving you Sadashiva's personal cell phone number. He has committed to me, whoever I initiate. When you connect with him, he has committed to me, he will respond to you. I am authorized to give you his personal number. Puja is nothing but giving you the authorization to call him at particular time. And he has committed to me, he will respond to you. Vishesha Diksha is nothing but giving you his personal number, hotline connection. So every day during the puja, that few minutes you can connect with him in oneness, and he has committed to me, he will respond to you. Understand? I am authorized exchange for him. He has given me the authority. That is the reason I am sharing. One more thing I want to tell you. Sometimes people come and try to tell me, oh, non-veg food is a human right. Being human itself is not right. What stupidity you are talking about non-veg food? Your body is not made for that. I am not talking from the sense of moral. If you want to evolve into the next level, don't eat poison. Vishesha Diksha demands only two requests from you. One, you need to be vegetarian. Another one, every day at least 10 minutes you need to bring yourself to the oneness with the puja. 10 minutes is too less time. It doesn't take more than 10 minutes, I know. It's too less time. Sadashiva is demanding to respond to you every day and keep yourself in oneness. Actually, I don't promote any other spiritual practice. People ask me, should I do this technique, that technique? Twisting the eye and looking here and blowing the nose, this corner, that corner. I don't give you any technique. I only ask, connect with him in oneness 10 minutes a day. I think maximum it takes 11 minutes. Anybody who listens to my words, I will strongly recommend you take Vishesha Diksha and become vegetarian. That will really help you. You cannot compare, understand? Whether you paid some 5,000 and came for NKY or paid few lakhs and came for MSS, that is not going to decide whether you are going to continue to manifest power and live manifesting powers. Whether you take Vishesha Diksha or not is only going to decide whether you are going to manifest powers or not. So please understand, the secret is in initiations and aligning yourself to the oneness, that's all. So I have to be integrated to Mahadeva. So I am revealing the truths as it is. Whatever is said and done, Visesha Diksha is something extraordinary. Literally the whole system gets upgraded to the super consciousness. If you ask me, I'll strongly recommend. If you say, no, I'm in a country where I don't get non-veg food, change the country. No, my husband does not allow me to become vegetarian, change the husband. Nothing more is important than Sadashiva. Everything else comes second. I tell you, I cannot give powers to your money, I can give powers only to you. So, initiation matters. Living it matters. Don't try to believe these stupid ideas, this non-vegetarianism, non-veg food is a human right. Being human itself is not right. Understand that? Then people ask me, oh, where do you get protein? Stupid questions, same old questions. Stupid fellows. From where elephant gets protein, I get from there, that's all. Actually, protein can be generated only by plants. You feed that protein into animal, grow muscles, don't even bother it as a life and just cut the muscles for your protein and grab. What kind of a mind? Is there no limit for the demonicness? The demonness? You don't treat the animal as life, you treat them like a bank. How you put your money and take it back, like that you put the grain protein and take the flesh protein and eat. You think they are going to be blessing you and dying? Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Let everyone eat my flesh and live happily. No. All their curse is there in their muscles and their animal protein. Dairy industry is one of the largest depopulation plan, understand. Dairy industry, whether for the flesh or for the milk, dairy industry is the biggest depopulation plan, depopulation conspiracy. Not that Indian traditional village dairy, they are not, no way they are dairy because they are not, our cows are not given any animal protein and all the stupid chemicals and any of that. They just happily roam around, grow organically, and the calves are fed first, only after it's overflown, it's milk, the remaining is milked and shared. So Indian dairies, village dairies are completely different. Don't even compare this and that. Actually, I can give you hours of discourse and convince why vegetarianism and all that. Then I don't think it is a guru-disciple relationship. It's a business. That's the reason. If too much of convincing need to be done, the guru-disciple relationship loses its sweetness and light romance. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's enter into Visesha Diksha. Be blissful.
I welcome all the devotees, disciples, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Kartas, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedar, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Nithyananda Yogam participants, Nithyananda Hindu University students, KAILASA Hindu University students, Nithyananda E-Gurukul students, and Atmalinga Mandala process participants who are here for receiving Vishesha Diksha, Samaya Diksha, and to attend the Atmalinga Mandala process all over the world in more than 170 campuses in 100 countries, literally all continents and time zones. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Everyone who is sitting in all the campuses and live on Nithyananda TV, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, Enlighten app, and Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, through every way, every one of you with my love and respects. Let me enter into Siva Diksha. Understand, I'll give you just few important understandings. Just internalize these few important understandings. Our inner software, you call it mind, you call it intelligence, you call it any name you use. In Sanskrit, we use the word mana, chitta, buddhi, ahankara. All these words put together, I call it as inner software. Please understand. The inner software you carry functions based on certain patterns and cognitions and understandings. That inner software can be binding you, torturing you, harassing you, abusing you more and more if it functions based on wrong content, wrong cognitions, powerless cognitions, abusive cognitions. If that inner software functions based on powerful cognitions, right cognitions, intelligent cognitions, it can liberate you. Understand? The inner software you are carrying, if that software functions on the right programming, powerful cognitions, it can liberate you and make you manifest powers and make you enlighten. If that inner software functions based on wrong cognitions, powerless cognitions,
powerless content, understandings, ideas about you, about world, about God. About you, about world, about God. Jiva, you, self. Jagat, world. Ishvara, God. About all these three, the cognitions you have, the cognitions, conclusions you have about life, this all forms the core content for your inner space. If your inner space functions out of powerless thought currents, ideas, cognitions, it can suffocate you, it can torture you, it can destroy you, it can make you powerless, it can do anything. If your inner space starts functioning with a powerful cognitions, right understandings about self, world and God, not only you can become enlightened, you can start manifesting powers, understand. Sivadiksha is all about shifting the way you function from powerless cognitions to powerful cognitions. That's all. Sivadiksha is the way to shift you from functioning from powerless cognition space to powerful cognition space. Listen carefully. Understand life. Listen carefully and understand life. I will repeat. First, your inner space is like a software which decides how your life will be. That's the first understanding. Second, if the inner space is filled with powerless cognitions, powerless, suffocating, wrong ideas about yourself, about your world, about God, it can be more and more suffocating, making your life difficult. And if you can start building the content of your inner space, powerful, start functioning from powerful cognitions, truths, understandings about you, world and life, you can become enlightened, manifest powers and all possibilities. Now listen carefully. The good news I have is your inner space can be beautifully reprogrammed. It can be reprogrammed with powerful cognitions. It can be reprogrammed for enlightenment. It can be reprogrammed to manifest the state, space, powers of ultimate Paramashiva. The great news I have is it is too easy. Understand? It is actually too easy. It is just shift in direction, nothing else. There is no effort. Shift in direction. Shift in the direction you think, you perceive, you understand. Shiva Diksha is all about giving you that shift. Shiva Linga is all about reminding you constantly that shift and making you start living, manifesting that shift, enjoying, entertaining that shift inside you. Listen carefully. Atma Linga is to remind your Atma is Linga. To give you experience that your Atma is Linga. Linga means the pure form of Paramashiva. The formless form of Paramashiva is Linga. Shiva Linga. Listen carefully. Now, I'll give you this basic few understandings. I want all the participants all over the world. I think it is one of the largest program, online program. Huge, at least 5-digit number. I want all of you to know two things. One, this whole program, whatever I am talking, will be uploaded. Please watch. And earlier, many Siva Dikshas I have conducted. Please watch some of